gotta bite my tongue just to get a deal, then it ain't real. If they can cancel me for truth, I ain't never been free. I'd rather build slow with my tribe than blow fast with those who don't ride. FBA coin in my veins, blockchain in my bones. This wealth ain't rented, it's homegrown. Bloodline billionaire, I don't chase their bags. My worth's in the people, not in brand tags. If my folks don't back me, I don't want that gold. Cause alone in the system, my soul gets sold. Let the sponsors dip, I still stand tall. With my community's love, I can't fall. Crypto independence, I'm breaking the chain. FBA coin rising, we changing the game. Man, I built my platform on legacy, not luck. I ain't banned for bucks or adjusting the tux. See, they give you checks with invisible strings till you dance for approval like puppeted kings. But I'd rather speak truth than sleep like a pharaoh than silence my soul for some clicks in the barrel. Blockchain ledger, that's freedom encrypted. Decentralized flow, so I can't be evicted. FBA coin, my people, the stockholders. Real wealth ain't loud, it just moves colder. I plant seeds and trust, not just NFT art. Ownership from the soil, legacy from the heart. Bloodline billionaire, I don't chase their bags. My worth's in the people, not in brand tags. If my folks don't back me, I don't want that gold. Cause alone in the system, my soul gets sold. Let the sponsors dip, I still stand tall. With my community's love, I can't fall. Crypto independence, I'm breaking the chain. FBA coin rising, we changing the game. I remember thinking wealth meant a white handshake till I saw how fast they retract when you ain't fake. Speak truth on air, suddenly you banned. But in my hood, honesty earns you fans. Every coin I mint is a vote of trust. Every block I build leaves ash to dust. No boardroom can judge my skin.
Let me see if I can fix this, family. Y'all come on up in here. Hit that like button. Hit that like button. We're about to get started.
Market resistance, my people, my currency, pure existence. Let them keep their stage. I put my own light. One where I speak and sleep right at night. We ain't guests at the table, we chef our own. Blockchain tables, new thrones get grown. No mask, no act, just truth to the core. With FB a coin, I don't need them no more. Bloodline billionaire, I don't chase their bags. My worth's in the people, not in brand tags. If my folks don't back me, I don't want that gold. Cause alone in their system, my soul gets sold. Let the sponsors dip, I'll still stand tall. With my community's love, I can't fall. Crypto independence, I'm breaking the chain. FBA coin rising, we changing the game. Now I'm here with no filter, no leash, no script. And every rhyme I spit, ownership equipped, no middleman. No edit, no apology, I answer the ancestors who honor me. Each coin I drop funds are future free. No tax on the soul, no fees on me. They make a
the mic's up, family. We about to get started.
With code in hand and my people's brand. FBA coin in the wallet, pride in the pen. They can't cancel what we built from within. Bloodline billionaire, not for the fame. I do it for those who remember my name.
They can't cancel freedom, not when it's encrypted in us. FBA coin forever.
Legacy over everything.
One second, fam. We're about to get started here. Hit that like button, some likes up. About to talk about it. Sending out some invites real quick. Go ahead and share the live.
Cause in this game, ownership is the only real power. Now lean in, let me lace you up. Hold your crown, young king, don't fold to the price. They give you fame for your soul, better roll them dice. Keep your masters in your palm, let your legacy breathe. Don't get trapped in them rooms where the vultures feed. They'll say we believe in you, then change your voice. But the truth is yours, it's your life, your choice. Stay sharp, stay free, don't sell your name. Cause the art you make is more than the game. Said nephew, listen, I seen them promise the sun, but they hand you a candle. Blow
the likes up, y'all. We about to get started here. We about to talk about it, man. About to get into it.
I've been that hungry poet. Pages soaked in my
hope everybody doing good this morning.
My wounds in the capital gains, the Bentley's rented, the jewels just props in a frame. They own the streams to show even your government name. So I stay solo, no logo on my plate. Just wisdom, hustle.
It's gonna be all good, man.
This ain't hate,
it's gonna be all good.
Just a torch I pass, so you don't drown in champagne while they steal your
it gets greater later. That's the best advice I can give you, man, for that comment. It gets greater later. Don't ever give up, man. Don't ever give up. You know? It ain't never too bad. What you think is bad is just a moment. It's just a moment. It's never going to be too tough. It's always going to get greater later, especially if you put in the work, especially if you learn how to love yourself. It's always going to get greater later, man. We don't give up, man. Life is not meant to take you out. Life is meant to actually make you stronger. Struggle makes you stronger. It shouldn't make you give up. It should make you stand up. You understand? So just know that, man. I don't know what you're going through in your life, what you're facing, who you lost, or whatever, man. But just know that, man, life is not meant to take you out. It's not meant to take you out. It's meant to make you stronger. You're supposed to learn. Okay? Struggle is real, man. But you're more than able. You know? The scriptures say you're more than able, and I believe that, man. I believe that wholeheartedly. Especially if you're in the United States. Let me tell you something, man. Let me tell you something, man. I've been to other countries. It's real out there. It's real out there. But if you're in the United States, I can definitely say this, man. It ain't never too hard. It gets hard. It gets tough, but it ain't never tough. You are tougher than any challenge you're facing. I'm gonna just tell you that right now. You are tougher than any challenge you're facing. And also know this, man. Unaliving is not the end, man. You never really expire. You know, you in essence, you live forever. You know what I'm saying? You're gonna live forever. Just not in this body. Just not in this cloth. You understand? So never fear what you may think is unexpected in. Embrace it. That's all I can tell you, man. But let's get into it, family. We're gonna talk about it, man. I don't know. Somebody wrote something in the comments, you know. I don't know if he's trolling or if it's real, but I just want to give him some game, you know. Hopefully, the words I said can, inspire him in some sense, or her. So let's get into it, family. It's your boy, man, Too Much, and I'm coming to you live direct with another unapologetic episode of the Too Much Moxie Show. And today we're not holding back, man. We're not holding back. We're gonna get into it. We're talking about supporting FBA businesses, not as a seasonal protest, you know, because I understand there's a protest coming up August. And I'm for it, you know. I'm gonna stand with my people on that, you know. And I don't really visit African braid shops, or I do visit African restaurants and shops, though. Okay, so I'm getting on code with my people, and I understand what it's about, and I understand what it's for, and I understand what it means. So those African restaurants that I used to entertain and go or shops. I'm not going. You know, I eat African food. I'm not gonna lie. I eat African food. I eat Caribbean food. I like the oxtail, all that stuff, right? But I understand what my people are standing for. I understand what it means. I understand we're sending a message, and hopefully they get the message. I don't know. You know, I know this. Let me tell you what I know. I know the dominant society gets the message real quick when you hit their pockets. We've always known that here in the U.S. You do enough economic damage to a certain group, they get the message loud and clear, and they start giving up. They start giving up some tangibles. You know, when they withhold them tangibles, we gotta let them know, hey, this is real. But let me let y'all understand something. Listen, we're talking about supporting FBA businesses not as a seasonal protest or a boycott tool, but as a daily lifestyle. Let me tell you something. If you're not supporting FBA businesses as a lifestyle, as a daily lifestyle, you're not really committed. You're seasonal. Seasonal protests, they really don't work. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm gonna be honest. They really don't work. Seasonal protests really don't work. This has to, when you stand on business, you got to stand all the way on business, not just halfway on business. Seasonal protests never really work like that. When our ancestors stood on business, they did it until they caved all the way. I mean, they when they stood on business, they stood on the chest until the chest touched the ground. You know what I'm saying? They caved that chest all the way in. And that's the only way you're going to see real power. That's the only way you're going to see real focus, okay? That's the only way you're going to really make a difference is when you stand on business and you have a strategy. See, we used to have think tanks, family. We used to have black Americans, foundational black Americans, the reason why our people were so on code and were able to be mobilized without social, they didn't have some person on TikTok saying, I'm mad because they braided my hair too tight and we need to do a protest. They didn't have that. They didn't have that. They had real think tanks and real strategy. And they got the whole black community as a collective on code. They didn't have internet. Maybe they probably picked up the phone. You know, they made some calls to different centers, to different churches, and they got the people on code. And the people said, we're all in. The Montgomery boycott, that took strategy. That took looking at your people crazy, right? What are you doing getting on that bus? Come on, man, we walking to work today. What are you doing? That took mobilization. That took people saying enough is enough and we're fed up. So let's get into it, family. Too often we wait until we're disrespected to act economically. But real power is proactive, not reactive. I'm with the protests, I'm with all that, but I'm with it more when it comes with strategy, not with someone having a bad day. Not with someone reacting. I want to be proactive. I want to be clear and concise with what's going on. I want to know what the end goal is. What is the end goal? That's what you need to ask yourself. Okay, we do this boycott. What is the end goal? Are Africans all of a sudden going to start respecting us? Is that the end goal? Are they going to get some act right and stop talking online? Are they going to show some respect? Are they going to keep their mouth shut? Are they going to get on code with us? What's the end goal? That's what I want to know. Let's go back to the Montgomery boycott. You know how long the Montgomery boycott lasted? 381 days. That wasn't a tweet or a TikTok. That was sacrifice, strategy, and discipline, family. But the problem is we're in 2025. We boycott for a week. You know, I got a t-shirt that says Blackout Week. We boycott for a week. Then go right back to feeding the same hands that slapped us. Think about that. Think about that. Okay, we're going to boycott for a week. We're going to boycott for a month. And then what? We're going to go back to the African hair braiding shops. We can go back to the African restaurants. What is it? What is it? What is it? What is your end goal, family? What do you expect to do? Are you really about this life, or are you about the, or is it because it's trending? You know, there's something called, you know, some people fast for a day. Some people fast for a week. Some people might even fast for a month. But then some people live a fasted life. You understand what I'm saying? Are you about living a fasted life? Are you about doing a diet for a month or 2 months, a week, 3 weeks? Or are you going to live a dieted life that keeps yourself the way it's supposed to be? And I'm talking to myself, obviously. You know, I need to get it right. You know, I need to get it right. Wife tell me all the time, Stop eating sugar. Leave the sugar alone. But for real though, man, think about what are we boycotting for? Is it just gonna be a month? Is it just gonna be a month? Shout out to BX. Is it just gonna be a month, family? Are you really gonna stand on business for? Some of y'all ain't even gonna. Let's keep it a buck, okay, family. I'm talking to the FBA family. I'm not talking to no tethers. I'm talking to the FBA family. Family. Some of y'all don't even visit African stores or African restaurants or African shops anyway. That's cool. So it's gonna be an easy boycott for y'all. You know, I go because y'all, as everybody know, I don't hide it. I have an East African wife, so she likes to get her little African things and cook and do all that stuff. But guess what? Next month we're not doing it. We're not doing it. We're gonna be on code with the family. We're going to be on code with the family. Maybe we just don't eat African food for a whole year. I don't know. But I'm just like, are you really about this? Are you really for this? Are you really serious about making a difference, making a change? Are you really serious about what you say you serious about? That's what I want to know, family. We could talk about blackout. I'm for all of it. I'm for standing on business. I'm for standing up for my people. You know, I know how to get on code with my people. When we call a shot, we call a shot. And I'm there. Blackout week, I'm there. Blackout Friday, I'm there. Blackout month, I'm there. But then what? What do we hope to achieve? What's the end goal? How do we know? Remember I did a show. What does a win look like? What does a win look like during the blackout month? What does a win look like? Let's talk about that, family. What does a win look like after we do this blackout? Boycotts are meant to bring about change, so that's the end goal. So what type of change are we talking about? What's the change? I get it. We all want change. Right? We want change. We want change. We want change. In fact, the only thing constant is change. Somebody said there is no win. They might not be. They might not be foundational. So we don't. I'm talking to the FBA family. FBA family. What does a win look like? Yeah, she's definitely not FBA. Why are you against? I'm not against Africans. I'm against disrespect. I'm against tethers, right? So your tether class has gotten too loud. They've disrespected way too much, online, offline. You know, let me tell you a story. Listen, we shop at African shops, okay? We shop at African shops. And the African shop that we happen to shop by over here in my area, the lady was rude to my wife. Africans are rude to other Africans. That's just what it is. So it's not just that, a lot of y'all or some of y'all are tethers. It's not just about some of y'all are tethers. I mean, there's good Africans out there, and I want their businesses to prosper. But we're sending a message to all you Africans over here. You need to get on code with us and get your tethers to get in line. If you don't get your tethers in line, we're going to affect your pockets now, because a lot of us go to your stores. A lot of us visit your place, shop at your shops. A lot of us give you our currency and our money and our support. And I don't see too many Africans giving support to Black American shops. I don't see y'all supporting our community like that. I know y'all do lip service, y'all talk about, but we don't really have the proof. Where's the proof at? Where's the proof that you guys reciprocate that money back to us? Because we know we go to y'all places. We know that. That's a fact. Okay, maybe it is a few. But the few is too loud. The few is too many. We got too many stories of the few. We got too many stories of the few, man. Okay, I get you. You're African. You've been here 38 years. You're never going back to live in Africa. I get it. The economy's not that not better than this economy. So why would you want to go back? The opportunity's better here than over there. So you've been here 38 years. I got you. But what have you done for the black community since you've been here 38 years? What have you done? What have you poured into the black community since you've been here 38 years? Because when I go to Africa, I pour into the African community all the time. When I'm in Africa, I'm right there in the countryside, not just in the city, but I'm in the countryside getting it in, hanging out, supporting the people. Do y'all do that when y'all come over here? Are y'all giving back to the black community like that? You ain't boycotting shit, African King says. All right. You never been to no country in Africa. Oh, that's a lie, but okay, that's a tether talk. What has the black community do for the African? Man, we've done so much, man. Man, Sally Struthers rice, you know what I'm saying? Big belly flies, we've donated to that. Okay? Churches. We went over there and built churches, brother. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Black people have done that. We taught Ethiopian how to fly planes. We've done that. We fought in some of your wars over there. What are you talking about? What have black people done for Africa? Man, we've done a lot. Civil rights. You're over here because of us, because of our fight. They sprayed us with water hoses, sick the dogs on us, beat us, pinched us, threw us in jail. What are you talking about? What have we done for Africa? Man, we've done more than you can ever ask for, want, or need. More than you can ever ask for, want. We've birthright citizenship, sir. Just go to the reason why you're able to drop your anchor babies here is because of us. No, we don't want credit for the civil rights leaders no more. No. We want credit today. What have you done for us lately today? And some y'all here, some of our women are complaining that y'all braid too tight, and they end up losing their hair. And some of us feel like it's done on purpose. Some of us feel like it's done on purpose. Some people feel like that's what y'all do when black people sit in y'all chair. And the rudeness, some people think y'all when y'all braiding them hair that y'all just as bad as the Asian women when the Asian women be talking in their language and being rude and disrespectful. Some people think it's like that. So they have a right to say, hey, I don't want to go there no more. If they have that type of experience, we here in America, we have a right to say, well, I don't have to patron your store anymore. So it is what it is. Some people have great experience with y'all. Some people have great experience, but it's up and down. I think we can find more bad experience than good experiences. I think people go to y'all because y'all a little bit cheaper. Let's keep it a buck. Y'all a little bit cheaper, or y'all, they can get an appointment quicker. Y'all braid right out of y'all house. They don't have to go necessarily to a shop. I don't know what it is. I don't get my hair braided. I don't. That's one thing. I don't go to African braiders. I don't get my hair braided. I don't know. I don't know. My wife, she goes to a black American. She has dreads, and this black American lady twists her up, get her locks right, and she's good to go. Now she complained about the price because she's used to African prices, but this is what we pay here in America. We pay the price, and she's actually cheap for her lock skills. We do twists, but we can get whatever hairstyle we want, right? We can get my wife is African, so whether it's locks, FBA style or not, she's African, so she can get locks. I guess she's not culture appropriating nothing. I don't know, man. Do you have a fade? Do y'all get the fade? Do y'all get a crisp? Y'all try to get a crisp hairline? That's us. Maybe y'all should stop getting fades. Maybe y'all should stop getting your hair cut, chiseling up your chin. Maybe y'all should, because that's us. We taught y'all how to barber, sir. Y'all didn't teach us. We didn't learn how to barber from y'all. Y'all learned how to barber from us. So what are you talking about? But yeah, man, the boycott, man. I just want to know, what is the end game? What is a win for us? We're doing this boycott. You know, me personally, I don't want to do a week boycott. If I'm gonna do a boycott, me personally, I don't care if I frequent another African store. I don't care if I frequent another Caribbean store. Me personally, just talking for me personally, I only want to patron FBA businesses. I'm really about that life. I only want to patron FBA businesses. I want y'all to think of this. Every dollar you spend is a vote. Think of it like that. Every dollar you spend is a vote. And right now, many of y'all are voting for everybody but your own. We complain about systematic racism while funding the system with every swipe. Let me break it down for you. The dollar circulates in Asian communities 30 plus days. In small hat communities, 20 plus days. In FBA communities, less than 6 hours. Some people say 2 hours. 1 or 2 hours, the money's gone. 1 or 2 hours, that money is gone. So if your dollar counts as a vote, who are you voting for every single day? Are you voting for yourself? Are you voting for your people? Or are you voting for other groups, other ethnicities, right? Are you voting for their businesses to be dominant, or are you voting for your people's business to be dominant? A lot of people believe that it's economic suicide that Foundation of Black Americans practice. We practice economic suicide. Is that something we want to continue doing? Is that something we want to continue doing? Is that the lifestyle? Is that today y'all came to this broadcast? I want to know, are you really for our people, or are you going to continue bad spending habits? I get it. You're going to continue supporting all black businesses, African American, Jamaican. I hear you in the comments, but you know, but I know why. Because we're boycotting you. So of course you're going to say that. Of course you're going to say that. Of course you're going to say that. You know, it makes sense for you to say we all want Negro because it benefits you. We all want Negro doesn't benefit us though. I'm going to bring people up, but y'all know the rule, man. 10K likes minimum. If I don't get to 10K likes minimum, then I just end the live early when nobody comes up and we don't chat about none of this stuff. And I'm cool with that. You know, I'm cool with that. But I need y'all to get the likes up to 10K, and then I'll start bringing people up. I want to bring people up, but I also want to cook for a minute. So if this is boring, man, hurry up and get the likes up so we can get it cracking up in here. If this is boring for y'all, I don't know. I'm gonna give you my lecture today about this Black Out Month. And I stand with it. I'm blacking it out. You know. But it's going to be a lot easier for me because I don't frequent these places, you know. My thing is this. How long can we do it? Can we do it for 30 days? Can we do it for 60 days? Can we do it for 90 days? Can we do it for 180 days? Can we do it for 381 days? Can you do this? And some of y'all like, that might be easy for y'all. And that's cool. Can we boycott forever? Somebody said boycott forever. Boycott forever, somebody said. Listen. Hey, man, I'm with all of that. Like I said, if I'm going to stand on business, I'm going to cave the chest in. You know, we all need to stand on the same chest until that chest just goes, just get sucked in. But what's the end game? You know, after 381 days, the win for them was black people were no longer pushed to the back of the bus. Maybe the win for us should be we're no longer pushed to the back of the line. Maybe the win should be they moved us to the front of the line and they're addressing our needs first before their needs get addressed. What do y'all think about that? That should be a win. We should boycott. If we're really going to do this, we should boycott until our needs are addressed first. Okay, somebody called me a swirler. Shout out. Okay, whatever. Whatever. Man, I've been married 7 years, brother. 7 whole years. Married 7 whole years. Going on 8. But y'all expect me to just that's not gonna happen. I did what I did. It is what it is. I'm not changing that. So anyway, listen. Are we gonna stand on business for a month? Are we gonna stand on business for a year? Or are we gonna stand on business until we see a change? Until the tune of Africans change that come over here? That's all I want to know. Is that what we're going to do? And we need to make it plain. There's a difference when and we're doing African businesses right now, but in truth, in reality, we got to know the difference between FBA owned and black immigrant owned. We got to know the difference between FBA owned and black immigrant owned. It's easy to do the African braiding shops and maybe the African restaurants because they have their name on it. But what other stores do they have? What other shops do they have? What other business? Black Essence, that was black, but Africans bought it. Are we going to do our research like that and find out who owns and runs this store and make sure it's not their team but somebody from our team? And then here's another thing: we got people that come over here and change their names, and they cosplay for real as one of us, but they're really one of them. Their background and their status is over there, not over here. Yeah, I know black is not, for foundational black Americans, black is not black, because we're not claiming black and we're not claiming African American anymore. We're not doing that. Too many of y'all have come in and co-opted that word, black and African American, so we don't want it no more. Y'all can have it. We're saying we are foundational black Americans, and that's it. We're not y'all, and y'all are not us, and we're not gonna let y'all come over here and keep saying that y'all us. We tired of it. So the pitfall the pitfall of protest, right, is we buy only during February or after someone gets unalived, or when a celebrity says something slick, or when somebody had a bad experience. I want y'all to understand that that's not a movement. That's a mood. That's a mood. I want to differentiate. Are we doing this as a movement, or is this just a mood? Is this just a trend? If we treat FBA business like we treat people, like we treat Popeyes or Nike drops, we'd already be free. If we started supporting, first of all, we need more FBA businesses, because I'm gonna be honest, I live in California. You know, some people live other places in the United States, and some of y'all live in towns where there's black owned everything, and that's a great thing. That's a great thing when you live in a town. But where I live at, man, I'm gonna tell you, we got more Hispanic places than anything. We got more YT places than anything. We got more Middle Eastern places and shops than anything. More Asian shops than anything. And we have a few black owned or FBA owned places to go to. We got to get our numbers up, family. See, one thing I loved about segregation, right? And how segregation actually benefited black Americans. If we had our own black everything, we had our black towns, we had our black stores, we had everything. We had our black restaurants. We had places that we could go and feel safe and eat and chill with people that were us. Now we don't have those spots. Now we have, when we integrated, we just decided we're going to patron everybody else's business but our own. But our own. So now to find these black-owned businesses, we got to go online now, right? Most of our black businesses are online, right? And they have e-commerce shops and stores and trinkets that we can buy that they can deliver to our door. But we don't have too many that we can go to and actually hang out at and chill at. Or we may not know it's black-owned because they don't want, a lot of black people when they start businesses, they don't want you to know that they own the business because they want everybody else to patron it, right? So they might own the business, but they might have a white front. But we don't know that. We don't know that. We think it's a regular store that we walk into, but it's run by YT and Hispanic people. You see, and maybe a few blacks. Some of us don't even practice hiring our own people because we don't want people to think this is just black. We want it to be inclusive for everybody. Think about that, family. How is that harming us? Think about how that is harming us. Trying to be inclusive for everybody. We're the only group that is expected to be inclusive for everybody. We're the only ones that are expected to share everything. We have to share everything with everybody else. We have to include everything. We are not allowed to hire our own people. We're supposed to hire everybody else and make it this big melting pot. We're the only ones expected to do that. While when you walk into YT businesses, they have a lot of YT working there. Hispanics, a lot of Hispanics working there. We're the only ones expected to be diverse. Our businesses are not supposed to showcase foundational black American culture. Other businesses, they can do what they want. They can hire their own, but we're the ones that are expected not to. Look at how we expected Obama. Like we thought Obama, even though we know now he's a tether, before we were even hip to what was really going on back in 2008, it was like we thought Obama was going to give us what we always asked for. And what did he do? Brother helped LGBTQ. Brother did everything he can for other people and did nothing really for his own. We got to get out of that, family. We got to get out of that. Ask yourself, what black businesses do you support weekly? And if you can't name 5, that's probably the problem. If you can't say 5 black businesses that you are supporting weekly, Malcolm X, man, don't ever disrespect Malcolm X. He's not a tether. Malcolm X has foundational black American lineage. He may got roots that go outside, but this brother was a rider for here. He grew up in our culture, and he's one of us. He had at least one parent. So don't ever disrespect Malcolm X, brother. See, that's that tether talk. Farrakhan also. Farrakhan, although he may have roots outside, Farrakhan rides for us over here, and we don't call him no tether. That's our brother. That's a real brother. That's a real indigenous black American brother right there. Now he may not be he may not be FBA roots, so to speak, but he's one of us. And he's proven that time and time again. You're not going to disrespect the honorable. You're not going to disrespect Farrakhan like that, brother. You're a tether, and just say that. You stick to that, but don't mention anybody over here. Don't mention our Nipsey Hussles. He's one of us. 𝗖𝗁𝘁 𝘁𝗁𝘁𝗁, I don't care. He's one of us, brother. I don't care what you think or what you say. He rode for this side. He knew how to get on code with the people here and ride. What do you know how to do? Talk mess online. That's all you know. And flee. And flee. That's what you know how to do. You know how to flee and then come over here and disrespect the people whose ancestors got you over here. That's what you know how to do. You mad because your ancestors sold you out that you had to flee. See, that's not us. See, our ancestors didn't sell us out. Our ancestors stood on business so we can be here living the life that we're living today. Your ancestors sold you out. You don't have any heroes in your bloodline, sir. All your heroes, you know what they do? You know what they did? They sold slaves and they gave up your mineral rights to the land, and they made sure that your education was so low that you had to fly over here to get education because y'all can't educate your people back home. That's what they did. They made sure y'all didn't build no roads. Y'all didn't build up no. They made sure someone else came in and built up your country, and not you. That's what they did. And I'd be mad too if that was my ancestors, man. I'd be mad too if my ancestors were slavers, were PDF files, okay, misogynists, you know, just beating the women, just, you know, making them bow down to the dirt. You know what I'm saying? I'd be mad too. I'd be mad too. I'd be mad too if that was my ancestors, man. But that's not my ancestors. My ancestors don't do that. My ancestors, our women were side by side with us. We had a matriarch and a patriarch established already. We had love in our heart for not just for ourselves but for everybody. You know what I'm saying? We stood on business when it was time to stand on business. We can go back in history and see us standing up for our people and fighting back against the government that y'all keep complaining about. That's your own people, by the way, your own puppet leadership. We're known for standing on business and fighting. Y'all known for fleeing and coming over here talking mess to the people that actually put it down. Everybody comes over here and decides to be tough, but nobody wants to be tough in their homeland. See the difference? See, we've been tough here in our homeland. When it was listen, y'all wasn't coming over here doing Jim Crow. Y'all didn't want to come over here. Y'all couldn't come over here. Why would you want to come over here doing Jim Crow if you know what was going on with black Americans, what we had to deal with? You waited until we fixed the problem, and then you came over, didn't you? You waited until we built up this nation, right? Until the economy was good, till everything was all good, and then you came over here. That's what y'all did. Listen, and that's just the truth. So if you mad at the truth, don't be mad at me. Don't be mad at me. What's that saying? Don't unalive the messenger. Don't be mad at get mad at the message. But the message is real. I'm not making this up. This is what's really going on. Your ancestors sold you out. That's why you're over here. Shout out to Dr. No Job. We didn't sell you out. We didn't enslave your people. Your ancestors did that. You're the children of those people. You're the children. Listen. Your biggest problem on the continent right now is you have too many old people who don't want to retire. They want to run everything. They don't want to give the young people a chance. That's why all the youngsters, now we got to deal with their headache because they don't want to do y'all right. So now we got to deal with y'all running over here. And we got to deal with y'all disrespect, y'all arrogance. Y'all think y'all know, but y'all really don't know. That's what we got to deal with. We got to deal with that. You understand what I'm saying? We shouldn't have to deal with that. We should, listen, do y'all know, ain't no old people out there protesting Africa. It's all the young people out there protesting Africa. Ain't no old people. They in the house. They in the house wishing y'all would stop. Y'all messing up your grandmama's and your mama's business right now over there protesting, and that's all they care about. They should be out there protesting with y'all, old and young. But you know what the old people doing in Africa? They in the house. But you know what? You come over here to Black America. Listen, we got some old people that do the same thing. Don't get it twisted. We got some old people, but you know what? Well, a lot of our older people, they got some sense. They gonna be out there right with us. Y'all don't see y'all. Listen, man. I'm just being real. This is me loving you. This is me loving you, regardless if you don't love me back. This is me loving you enough to tell you the truth about you got some things going on in your backyard you need to deal with before you come over here talking mess to us. It's just a t-shirt, brother. It ain't nothing, you know, it's just a t-shirt. This was blackout week. This was right before the pandemic, I believe. So it is what it is. You know, you can call it out. Yeah, I noticed that too. I know that green in there, but that green doesn't necessarily represent Africa. Shoot, I can use any color I want to use. Any color I want to use. And it don't have to have nothing to do with Africa. Africa don't have the color green doesn't belong to y'all. Just like the color black doesn't belong to y'all. Y'all don't got the franchise on black anything. We got the franchise on black if anything. We make black look good globally. When people think of black, they think of black excellence, they think foundational Black American. They think about us over here. They don't think about when the 𝗤𝗔 supremacists, when they get mad after we debunk all their lies, the first thing 𝗤𝗔 supremacist says, well, if you don't like it, go back to Africa. Why haven't you built nothing in Africa? Oh, go back to your shithole country. And we're like, Africa? Nigga, I ain't African. I don't got nothing to do with what they built or what they didn't build over there. That's not my problem. My family been here for over 400 years. What you still trying to send me to a place that I don't belong to? I could send you to Europe before you send me back to Africa. Your family ain't even been here 100 years. You see what I'm saying? So it's just the truth. It's just the truth. You got to realize what it is. It's just the truth. Africa is not looked at as a great place. Africa is not looked at as something that we all should strive to be like. Africans don't even strive to be like Africans. Let's keep it a buck. If we didn't put the kente cloth on, y'all wouldn't put the kente cloth on. You understand what I'm saying? Y'all only do that for weddings. Y'all wear y'all kente cloth and y'all tribal stuff for weddings, and that's it. Otherwise, y'all don't want to be seen walking around like that, because y'all know what's gonna happen. We gonna clown them Jesus sandals up off your feet and make you put on some Louis Vuitton or something. That's what's gonna happen. We're gonna make you wear some Nikes. Y'all so sensitive. Y'all so sensitive. It's just what it is. Y'all so sensitive. But you got to get some thick skin. Y'all still mad over African booty scratcher. Y'all still mad about that. When Black Americans were called African booty scratchers, we called everybody African booty scratchers. It was just a joke. But y'all still grown today. Y'all called me in school African booty scratchers, nigga. We call people's mamas and daddies African booty scratchers over here. You know what I'm saying? That's part of our culture. We will roast you. And y'all still butthurt over that. Get them likes up, man. We almost at 10K. We almost at 10K. So my thing is, man, I just want to make sure this is not a mood, man. If we're going to boycott, we're not going to... I don't want to do this because it's just the mood or it's just the trend. I want to make sure this is strategic and we're trying to do it for a win. We're not just doing it to do it, but we're doing it with the goal at the end. And we have, what is a win after we do this boycott? What is a win? That's what I want y'all to think about. What is a win? after we do this boycott. Okay, so let's talk about this boycott, this August boycott. There's a nationwide call to boycott African-owned restaurants and hair braiding shops. As we look at the comments, some people are shocked. Some people are shocked. Even some black Americans are shocked. Okay? And some people are like, it's about time. Some people are saying it's about time we boycott them. It's about time we boycott the It's about time we turned our weapon of power and pointed it at the African immigrants and Africans who live here because they've been disrespecting too long. Especially you young ones. Kata. I'll never forget that, man, when I walked into a Clubhouse room. I was, you know, I wasn't really a Clubhouse person, but somebody got me on Clubhouse. They sent me an invite. I joined Clubhouse. I start going into all these different rooms. And I start going in these African rooms, right? And when I would go in these African rooms, they would be talking shit about foundational black Americans. Now, we weren't called foundational black Americans back then, but they were talking shit, family, about my lineage. Acting like they got the secret sauce and we don't. They was talking that nonsense, boy. And dude was like, that's the first time I ever heard of the word akata. Dude was like, akata. They were talking about unaliving us, family. They were talking about lining us up and unaliving us, family, with a pew-pew. I was shocked. This was in Clubhouse. Brother, I'm not lying. I don't need to lie. That's a fact. That's a fact. There was a brother up there saying, I wish all black Americans would be unalived. They ain't shit. They all a kata. I will a kata them when I see them. That's what he said. I was like, what? What? This is coming from the Africans? This is coming from the Nigerians? What? I couldn't believe it. And then when I tried to go up, you know me, you ain't gonna just talk about my lineage. I tried to have a voice and I tried to speak, and they shouted me out. Wouldn't let me talk, muted me up, called me all types of names. They didn't even see my picture, y'all. They just like, oh, you black American, you ain't got no man. I was heated. I ain't gonna lie, I was heated. That was the first time I experienced that before. It was on Clubhouse. Family. And they were talking greasy. And then all of a sudden, all these videos start coming out, right? Political meetings. Fast forward to the future. We see the undermining of the tether. See, we didn't have a word for y'all back then. We didn't. All we can call y'all back then maybe was African booty scratcher. You African booty scratcher. You know, maybe that's all we could. Cause we didn't have the word tether back then. We didn't know what to call you. But fast forward to the future, we see the undermining in our politics. We see the undermining just on online social media. I mean, it's out there now. Now we listen. I saw it's on my page somewhere. White lady talking to this African man. She says, "Are you black?" No, she said, "Aren't you black? Aren't you black?" And dude looks so black he was blue. Okay, he looked so black he was blue. Okay. And the first thing dude said when the white tea woman said, "Aren't you black?" Because maybe they were talking about something, and he acted like he wasn't down with that. And she said, "Aren't you black?" And he said, "I'm not black. I'm African. I came on a plane. They came in chains." "I'm a passenger. They were cargo." This came out of his mouth. All while wearing a do-rag, by the way, which is foundational black American culture. And when I saw that, I was like, damn. You know, now don't get it twisted. I've grown up around, I'm from California. I've run into Africans in my neighborhood before, and none of them was talking like that, by the way. But they all kind of made it clear that they were not black. I wasn't able to go over their houses like that. Okay, their parents wasn't letting me in their house like that. I always knew it was funny style. They can come into my house, but I couldn't really go into their house necessarily all like that. There were women, especially Nigerian women, they weren't really dating, trying to date. I mean, they were dating us. They were dating black men, but they were sneaking it because they didn't want their family to know. I've been around Ethiopians. Ethiopians, the same thing. Shout out to the Ethiopians. But when it came to dating black men, they're proud when they got the white men. But when they got the black men, it was like they had to hide us. I remember I cracked this fine girl from USC. She was an Ethiopian. She went to USC. Okay. The moment she see other Ethiopians, she would stop holding my hands and try to make me walk over there. And when she get around her people, oh, that's just my friend. That's just my friend. Oh, it's nothing's going on. And I asked her why she would do that. She would try to explain to me that, they're not. She would always say, we're not racist. We just prefer our own kind. That's what she would tell me. But she liked it me though. But me, of course, even then I had to stand on business, so that didn't last too long. You wasn't gonna treat me like we ain't a real relationship. So that didn't last too long. But that's been my experience. That's been my experience with a lot of them over now. Some of them are cool. A lot of them was cool. Like I said, I went to school with some of them. Wasn't a lot of them, but it was some of them in there. A matter of fact, a lot of them, I didn't even know was African until, you'd be like, oh, nigga, that's why you act like that. You African. Okay, I get it now. I get it. I played on the football team, all that stuff, man. We had a speck of them, not a lot of them, just a few, just one or two. But here's the reason, right? Too many stories of Africans disrespecting FBA customers and other Africans. Let's keep it a buck. Like I said, we got an African shop around the corner, and we're buying customers. And the lady was it act like she got an attitude every time she see my wife. She smiled at me, but when she see my wife, she's not happy. Maybe because she's married to a black American. I don't know. But she's hella rude to the wife. I don't know. See, that's that African thing. That's that. Y'all want to say FBA is down with YT. We don't do stuff like that in our community. We don't do stuff like that. Y'all do that. Y'all practice that, right? Y'all practice that. So, too many undercutting of our culture, and even speaking against our reparations. We've been called a kata. We've been mocked, and still we spend at your store. Still, we go get that Caribbean cuisine, and we get called Yankees. You know what I'm saying? We still go over there. This boycott is symbolic. It says no more blind loyalty. That's what this boycott coming up in August represents. It represents no more blind loyalty. Not all African business are disrespectful, but too many are silent when we are targeted. Not all Africans are disrespectful, but too many Africans are silent to the disrespect. They don't want it. Y'all don't want to correct it. So now y'all got to get that business. Everybody, listen. I'm gonna use this till the cows come home. Okay. Muhammad Ali said it best. If I got 100 snakes or 1,000 snakes, if I got 1,000 Africans who don't like me, who want to unalive me, who want to disrespect my culture, who want to disrespect my people, my lineage, right? And I got 100 good Africans, and they're all charging the door, trying to get through this door. Do I keep that door open and try to let some of the 100 in? Or do I just close that whole thing and protect my people and my lineage completely? Man, listen. Okay, good. Listen. Then y'all shouldn't be mad. Listen, here we go, family. They're saying we're not losing nothing. We're not losing nothing. That's what they're saying. We're not losing nothing. And you're saying, hold on. You're saying Muhammad Ali loved African people. That's because he's a foundational black American, right? But he called out, but Muhammad Ali stood on truth. Muhammad Ali said, matter of fact, we had somebody played the video on here already. Muhammad Ali said, hey, man, I threw away my gold medal when I found out Africans, the rich Africans that came over in the 50s and the 60s, they were able to walk in the front door and eat at the white tea restaurants. And he thought, man, maybe if I go get a gold medal, that will make them love me. And he went back to that same restaurant, and they wouldn't let him in. He said, okay, I'll become the world champion now. I'm the world champion. They gotta let me sit down and eat at their restaurant now. I'm the world boxing champion, not just a gold medalist for the world, but a world champion. And they still wouldn't let him in. And he said that's when he threw away his gold medal. Said these gold medals don't mean nothing. So you can miss me with that Muhammad Ali loved Africans. Muhammad Ali loved everybody. Okay? The problem is everybody didn't love Muhammad Ali. Black people, we love everybody. We were the main ones pushing Pan-Africanism back in the day. The main ones pushing Pan-Africanism back in the day. The main ones. Y'all wasn't pushing it. Y'all wasn't pushing Pan-Africanism. Y'all was the benefit. Y'all was the beneficiary of Pan-Africanism. Y'all benefited from us stupid fools over here saying we African. Y'all, matter of fact, the African Union, even right now, right? It's all been a co-opted scheme, are trying to take black Americans' reparations from them and funnel it towards Africa. You see what I'm saying? That's what they're trying to do, family. They're trying to Africanize us all, make us immigrants in our own country, and then they want to send their 40 and under, their 30 and under over here to disrespect us, because there's a lot of y'all. Y'all got the largest, man, Africa, if y'all don't leave black Americans alone and go build your homeland, y'all got the largest youth population in the world. And y'all send them over here to mess with us instead of fixing the problem over there in your homeland so they can stay there and have beautiful lives over there and prosper. And now we got to deal with these 30 know nothing. They don't know no history. They don't know anything. They all talk like Nick Fuentes. You know Nick Fuentes and these Africans that we deal with online, they're the same, family. White, Nick Fuentes and Candace Owen did a interview, and Nick Fuentes said white people built everything. You know who believes that too? These Africans believe white people built everything. That's what they believe. They believe that white people built everything. And we're scratching our head like, well, what did we build? What? You mean to tell me you think we ain't built nothing? What about these 50 patents? What about these many 100,000 inventions? What about the things that y'all use? Y'all use about 20 things every day. You use about 20 things that black Americans built. Black Americans invented. Y'all use about 20 things in your household right now that black Americans invented. Yeah, I got a slight list. So what? So what? I'm cool with it. You can't say nothing to me because I'm confident in me. I know who I am. Shout out to me. Shout out to me, confident enough to speak and keep speaking. With a list, with a slight list. So what? I'm a foundational black American, baby. I'm the cream of the crop. You bottom of the barrel trying to get to where I'm at. Let's keep it a buck. Don't make me have to clown you with your forehead. Don't make me have to go there. Don't make me have to start saying musty tether. Don't make me go there. Don't make me go talk about your homeland some more. Cause I've been over there. Don't make me do it. Don't make me do it. Just be quiet. Let me be who I am and you be who you are. We know that big foreheads is not a sign of big brains. Because if it was, your homeland would not be the way it looks like. Y'all seen that Somalian dude on in Minnesota that's running for mayor? Hey, listen, no disrespect, but that dude looks like a whole alien. This brother looked like the Elephant Man. Okay? He looks like the freaking Elephant Man. And he's running for mayor? Family, we got to get these. Listen, if that dude wins mayor, if that dude becomes the mayor, I'm telling all the people in Minneapolis right now, if y'all let that dude become mayor of Minneapolis, shame on y'all. That brother, look, you don't put your babies up. That babies are gonna run from that brother when they see this dude's weird shaped head and big forehead looking like a gray. You know what I'm saying? When they see this, he looks like a straight up alien. His eyes too. Jesus, what woman is? Ain't no woman but from his own country, his own homeland, gonna marry him. We know he's marrying another Somalian. Cause I know our black American woman ain't running up on that dude. I know ain't no white woman running up on that dude. I know ain't no Hispanic woman running up on that dude. Only somebody from his own homeland could love him. He doesn't even look like the pirate. You know, the Somalian pirates. He don't even look like that. He looks worse. He looks worse. That brother looks that man. If y'all just go Google it, brother. Just go, family, just go Google it and y'all see what I'm talking about. This brother looks very, very weird. And weird people like that, y'all probably need to stay in your homeland. And if you want to be truthful, that's what Americans are tired of. We're tired of our country looking weird like we don't have weird stuff like that over here. Or at least we're not supposed to. You know what I'm saying? We're not supposed to have weird looking, I don't know what the dude's forehead is a freeway. You understand me, family? The dude's forehead is a freeway. Okay, that thing got some inches on it. That thing is like, if your head is this big, wouldn't we think you're special? You know, I'm just saying. So don't talk about me when y'all got some issues in your own backyard is all I'm trying to say. Yeah, lots of real estate. That forehead got lots of real estate, man. We can buy property on that thing. I'm telling you, we can build a whole space aircraft off that thing. Okay, that's a carrier. You know what them ships are that carry the plane? He got a carrier for a forehead. Ah, Jesus Christ. So, listen, family. Yeah, man. We know not all African businesses are disrespectful and not all Africans, but the silence, there's too many. There's too many of y'all young Africans over here talking mess, and we got him in the chat. He's in Minnesota. This dude, just Google him, the mayor of Minneapolis. He's running for mayor of Minneapolis. Oh no, I got a job. You know, I'm on the West Coast, so I'm 3 hours behind y'all. So it's like 6 a.m. over here. I get up early and do this so I can go on about my day. You know what I'm saying? I don't spend all my time on TikTok like some people do. I got things to do. I got to make money. So August, we're speaking through our wallets, y'all. We are speaking through our wallets. Every money, every dollar is a vote. So remember, when you spend your dollar, are you voting for your people or are you voting against your people? That's what you got to ask yourself. Are you voting for your people or are you voting against your people? Every dollar is a vote. I want y'all to be on code. I want y'all to shut a lot of these African businesses down. I'm gonna just keep it real. That's the end game to me. Shut them down and make them go back to their homeland when they realize they can't make money in America no more. Shut them down, make them go back to their homeland when they realize they can't make money anymore. Now I'm gonna start bringing some people up because I told y'all at 10K I was gonna start bringing people up. We're at 10K. I appreciate y'all. Get them likes up. Get them likes up. Get them likes up. Get them likes up. Matter of fact, I want to even bring up some contrariness. So if you bold, Lizelle, hop up here. I sent you the invite because y'all was I believe that was you saying some stuff in the comments.
Yeah, I was, because you came for me, so I was like confused. And I felt very disrespected.
Well, stand on business then, lady. Stand on business then. You got the floor.
Lady, I'm younger than you, first of all.
Oh Lord. Well, I don't want to talk to no young women. How young are you? How young are
I'm
you?
22 years old.
Okay, you're old enough. You're old enough to get that business. So keep talking. Go ahead.
I don't know why this is a topic. Like, I just want to understand, like, where did this all start from?
It started from y'all, not from us.
Stop saying y'all, because I wasn't born there.
Well, it started with a lot of the West Africans, and then all Africans start at some point start joining in because they wanted to defend their countrymen. But it started with the disrespect that came from people from your community. I'll say it like that. Not from us per se. We're just now voicing our opinion and we're shutting it down.
So everyone's basically mad about Essence Fest, basically.
Essence Fest too, yeah. Oh yeah, that was a debacle. Oh yeah, that was a debacle. That was a debacle too. Yeah, you can add that in there. Yeah, you can add that. Yeah, we weren't happy about it. No, we weren't. That was a Black American staple, and y'all turned it into something that
I'm saying y'all. I don't have nothing. I don't have nothing to do with Essence Fest.
Okay, you're right. Okay, you're a young lady. You're just now coming into this, and it's unfortunate this is happening. But this is where it's at now, and this is coming from people from your community. You were raised in, I'm sure, in an African household, so you know what it is. You know what your parents have said about us. You know what others have been saying about us.
Honestly, don't say my parents, because my parents actually speak highly of African American people. My mom has African American friends.
Well, we're not African American first. I'm a foundational Black American. That's the separate. We have delineated from.
Well, she has Black American friends.
Mm-hmm.
She doesn't speak ill on nobody, actually. She shows respect to everybody, so.
Okay, well,
doesn't really run in my family.
They're one of the good ones, man. Ma'am, listen. I'm sorry that good Africans have to get hit with this, but this is where it's gone. Not enough of y'all have been shutting down them.
They are MAGA.
Not enough of y'all have been shutting down the tethers. That's what it is. So that's where we're at.
Okay, y'all, you can't really group
man, we can't ungroup y'all. We can't ungroup y'all.
You can't group a whole continent.
We weren't trying to. We weren't trying to, but we weren't trying to do that. But it got so loud. It got so loud that everybody felt some type of way that we were getting on the West Africans. That even the East Africans, even the South Africans wanted to participate. So because they jumped in. And like I said, you probably weren't the problem, but you're down there saying some disparaging things in the comments, so I really can't separate you too much.
Right. Because you were being rude. So
well, guess that's what happens. You throw a shot, I throw a shot, and it's just gonna keep going back. That's what happens, man. That's what happens. So we're here now. And now we're gonna do something about it, and now we're saying the boycott is on.
Okay, that don't got nothing to do with me. Honestly, it's not going.
Well, it's gonna have something to do with you because if you own an African shop or your family own your family own an African business.
They don't. None of my family.
Well then you'll be okay, but your African businesses won't. That's it.
Well, that don't got nothing to do with me. Okay, yeah, nor my family. So it's like you're using that as like that's supposed to like. Affect me, but it's really not.
This is the young African. See, See, here's the thing. It starts as a boycott, right? It starts as a boycott. But then we don't just, as Black Americans, we just don't stop there. We just don't stop there. See, when we start hearing y'all say, "Oh, we don't care," I don't.
No one said. No one said I did. No one said I didn't care. That's not what
own an African shop. When we start hearing that, then
but I don't own one, so it's like
I got
how's it about to affect me?
Okay, exactly. See, family, I want y'all listening. How is it going to affect them? That's how they talk.
I said me. I did not see them. I said me.
Were you born here, ma'am? Were you born here?
Yes, I was born here. I was born in Maryland.
This is an anchor baby, family.
An anchor baby, okay.
An anchor baby. Your parents are immigrants, right? Your parents are immigrants, right?
Well, they have their citizenship, so.
But they were immigrants, right?
Actually, no. My mom wasn't born.
So they were born here? Your parents
Yeah,
were born
my mom was born here.
And your dad was born where?
Here, too.
So they're anchor babies of anchor babies. So you're second generation.
I guess so. You want to say that?
Okay. See, that's another problem, family. They think because they're born in America, they're Black Americans.
Sounds illegal. How am I lying about where I'm born at? I'm confused.
Are you African American?
We don't believe you.
You don't believe where I was born at? I'm confused. What is there to lie about? I don't know none of y'all.
And I'm be honest, I can only take so much of 22 and young talk. When they start talking like the movie Clueless, I get bored real quick and I just want to drop it.
Okay, but I wasn't born here, so I was born here, but it's like
you just said you wasn't born here. Now you're born here.
I was born here. I come slow.
I think she's lying because you just said.
What do I have to lie about?
Because you just said you weren't born here. What is?
You was born here. Make up your mind. Which one is it? You were born here or you weren't born here?
I was born here.
So are you considered African American?
Why should she?
I mean, I don't know, because y'all have different terms.
What do you identify as?
Well, when I check on the box, I check African American, so.
Okay, there you
I
go.
want y'all to hear that, family. That's why we're not checking that box no more.
And both of your parents are also African American?
I mean, I guess so, yeah.
What are they? Are their parents African Americans or they have?
No.
So you're second generation. Okay.
So yeah, I'm not gonna denigrate this young lady. I'm not
either. I'm
just trying to understand everything. I'm just trying to understand. I'm not trying to come from nobody. I'm just trying to understand
because you are behind everything. You are my children now. We used to say we were African American up until 8 months ago. I thought I was African American, but you've been here 20 years. I didn't know that you and your mama are yourselves African American. This is actually, I thank you for that.
So let me give you a quick rundown real quick, because you probably don't even know what's going on in your own continent or in your own country. Maybe you do. Have you been back to what country is your family from?
My parents are from Sierra Leone.
Okay, have you been back to Sierra Leone?
No, I've never been.
Okay. So let me give you the rundown of what's going on the whole continent of Africa, really. Okay? Your elders sold y'all out.
Okay, I can say it's very corrupt there.
A lot of y'all are over here because the elders did not do right by the youth. They're still not doing right by the youth. They covered all the jobs, they covered all the money, and you guys get educated there, and then you still don't have a job there. That's what's going on. That's why your parents over here, and that's why you're where you're at. So this goes back even from there. They are the descendants of slave traders. A lot of them, especially West Africa, Sierra Leone, all those places right there, slave traders, right? They sold some slaves. They sold their own people so they can get a better life. And they're doing it, in a sense, still today. They're selling their youth so they can have a better life there.
Wait, host.
What's going on?
They selling the youth. Where are they selling the youth at?
Hold on.
Chattel slavery. They are not descendants of that.
Hold on real quick, Step Up. Hold on real quick. This is what I mean when I say they're selling the youth. They're
How?
selling the youth out. They're not giving them opportunity. In a sense, they're selling the youth so they can live a better, comfortable life, so they can keep it as business as usual and not make any change, because change is always going to come from the youth. Always. It's not going to come from the older population.
Her grandparents, they migrated here from Africa, had kids, first generation. She's second. So it just sounds kind of confusing, like they came from slavery. No, their
No, I
parents.
didn't say they came from. I said slaves. They're slave. You know, they sold slaves. That continent, they practiced slavery. They
But
enslaved their
we
own
are
people.
mixed
They
up in
enslaved
that.
other tribes, is what I'm saying. And they sold some of those tribals off. Those tribes off to South America, the Caribbean, and so on. That's what I'm
You're
saying.
talking about our ancestors or her grandmother?
I'm not talking about her grandmother in sense, step up. I'm
Okay.
not talking. Okay, mute up. Just mute up right now. Just mute up.
Too
Right
much. Too much.
now. Mute up right
Can
now.
you?
Jesus Christ.
I'm sorry, too much. Good morning. Yeah.
Good morning.
Since she is young and it sounds like she doesn't understand what erasure or ethnocide is, but what her grandparents and her parents and what she is, unless she decides to change after this is explained to her, they are contributing to our ethnocide, paper G side to be exact, when they mark African American, for the simple fact that you cannot migrate into our ethnic group.
Right.
So there
Correct.
was always, and then, I'm not saying we're indigenous, but we were the indigenous population of Black folk here. So when you start migrating here and start marking, one moment, ma'am, when you start marking Black / African American, who were we supposed to mark, right? So I'm going to go back, and it's going to be, I want you to follow this. At one time, we were the only Black population here, to the point where it was white, Black, and other on the census, and Mexicans used to write in other. And that's partially the reason why they tried to fight for the white classification. So there was nothing wrong with othering yourselves, because y'all know y'all are Nigerian, Ghanaian, South African, even that you're not African American, because that's us. So what we're finding out is that the more that we try to explain that ethnic group, that ethnic moniker does not belong to y'all, many of y'all give us pushback because it is a misnomer. So that's all I want to present, because you are young, and I don't want you to think that we're picking on you, but we're trying to get that corrected now. But it's best that we explain it to you so that we could plant the seed and you could start, trying to correct it on your end with your family, and just explain that you can't erase us, but you can lend to our erasure if you mark Black / African American.
Right.
I'll
And
land.
that's why we're now taking action, and we're no longer using that box, and we're checking the other box as a form of action to combat that, because we don't want to be erased. We need the census and everybody to know. Even in California, they're doing a thing where they're going to make everything. You're going to have to classify what country you come from now. So they're even starting to get that passed here in California. So hopefully it goes nationwide. I'm in
So I'm going
California.
to say, right, I'm going to say this, because I know people give pushback to the term African American. I know that many of us are amalgamated. We have all these other admixtures, and then we have the American Indians who are standing on being American Indian. The only reason why at times verbally on this platform I'll identify as African American is because it is technically our ethnic group, right? And then I'm finding that a lot of the resources have our great master teachers, such as Booker T. Washington. For the most part, when he would have been listed as a Negro, they have him as African American. My grandmother never called herself African American, but I check her unaliving certificate for genealogy purposes, and she's written down as an African American. We've accomplished too much under that name. Our great people, our ancestors, our elders are now attached to that moniker. And so until it's retired, some of us have to stand in it. So what I do is when I'm, talking and I'm identifying myself, I'll say African American / Black American, but I culturally identify as a foundational Black American. I'm demanding that y'all get out of our ethnic group or identifying as such, because it doesn't apply to y'all. It has always applied to the children or the descendants of the formerly enslaved in the United States of America. It doesn't mean the Africans who migrate here and have children. It will never mean y'all.
But
y'all need to fix that with the white folks.
Hello. Too much just explained. We're fixing it.
Y'all need to fix that, because if it's there, we're gonna check it.
Ma'am.
Hold on.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So we are fixing it. We are.
Please do.
Okay.
Y'all can fix that.
But we're, ma'am.
Hold on. We're gonna get to it. See, technically, they are African American.
Right.
Because they're from Africa.
Too much. I'm just saying that we know that it was applied to us.
Yeah, that's for you guys. So I don't think we should be able to check it.
I'm talking too much.
I think they should have other options, just like you said. I agree with that.
There's an other box.
There should be another box.
There's an other box. So if you're me, right, but you're African, then who am I? Because I'm not African.
Exactly.
I'm telling you that we're reclassified people, right? So we could take my family from Alabama. They went from Creole to mulatto to Negro to black. And now, when I was 11, I'm told I'm African American. None of that applies to an African. Right? And so when I say that we were the only black population here, and when we say black community, that is us. When we say African American, we were reclassified into African American. Now, when I spoke to some Africans and they were like Ghanaian and Nigerian, they said that the children are to be, and Cameroonian, are to be raised up in the father's tribe, their custom ways and stuff. So I don't understand why Africans didn't fight for their own classification, but that's a whole nother topic. What I'm trying to do is not beat down on the young lady and try to explain to her that we are reclassified. African American is technically our term, and I understand why Step Up was asking her that question to show how it is a misnomer. But I wanted to give the education behind it so that she didn't feel like we were attacking her. And now I'm addressing my people, because I understand that they don't like the term African American. They don't even have to identifies that. However, until it is pulled out of use, like the way Obama pulled Negro out of use, then I'm going to identify as African American / Black American, technically, until everything is right, because y'all cannot just have that classification. My grandmother wasn't African. She was Black and indigenous. So no, I don't agree with a lot of things, but I'm here to give you a different perspective, and you're coming, oh, well, y'all got to fix it with the government. But too much just said that forms are changing.
Because you're not the only one. I'm not talking over you, but you're not the only one that said that. A lot of people say that.
Ma'am. Mm-hmm. I'm not here to beat down on nobody. I'm here to just give another perspective. Right. So it just came off a little shady when I was talking. You're like, well, y'all got to fix that with y'all.
No, because I've been following so many platforms. Not to cut you off. I've been following a lot of TikToks, and I hear people saying that, I'm like, okay, that's something that the government should fix. And you guys don't. That's not our fault that we have to check that, because I don't want to check that either, because I'm not African American, so I don't want to check that.
Okay, so I gave you the 1 moment, Step Up, 1 moment. So I told you that there was white tea, black, and Mexicans was marking other. I don't understand why the Africans didn't, but we're here now, right? Because hindsight is 2020. So let me tell you what we are doing. So I'm from New York, and the activists here actually got foundational Black Americans on the New York State Census. So Afro-Caribbeans will have to mark Afro-Caribbean, and Sub-Saharan Africans will have to mark that. And you have the option to mark too if you're bi-ethnic. So we have activists that are working, but this is just a tool we use for awareness. And so the way that I'm going at it is explaining to you guys the history of it and trying to see that y'all had options and y'all still have options, and that we're working on a solution. We're not just complaining. So we do have activists that are putting in the work. We do. Okay. I'll land too much, because maybe the rest of this conversation should just be for in-house back. Like Obama removed Negro. We got to fight to get African American removed, because I don't want my ancestors associated with being from the continent when they're not. They're North American.
Well, there you go.
So, BX, thank you for understanding what I was trying to do. I thought I was being kind to the girl. I'm sorry she left, but this was the first person I ever heard explain second generation. She's African American, and I hear you too much when you say technically she is African American, but I blame Jesse Jackson and I blame our Black leaders for giving us this title, and they knew this confusion was coming with because he was in close contact with the Africans over there and getting, a lot of things going over there.
And Jesse Jackson is labeled as a Cherokee Indian. He has a tribe. He's in the 𝗣𝗲𝗏. He is not labeled as an African American, but yet he wants to label us as African American.
Well, he has some explaining to do.
So y'all got to understand that boule class is not our friends, y'all.
But did he know that these Africans would be competing and telling their children not to play with our kids? So
they created a backdoor to our culture.
Hold on, step up. You got to start talking, and then you got to start letting other. You got a lot to say sometimes. But listen, of course he did. There was always a plan with that term African American, and now we see. Now we're in 2020. Now we're in 2025, where we see what the plan was always for. It was always a plan to siphon the Black community dollars to Africa. It was always a plan to get us mixed in the melting pot to erase our culture here and make us immigrants. Why else would you attach Americans to another continent if you weren't trying to get them up out of this country or out of owning anything of the land? The only people that can own land right now in America are Native Americans and Americans. Why would they want to put us as African Americans? Because they want to take us up off the land. They want to erase. Why else would they flood the zone with immigrants if they didn't want to dilute our culture and our people so we have no rights to the land? That was always the plan. We just couldn't see it then. We're seeing it now.
So why is he allowing these immigrants to come over here and take our identity? It sounds like he's giving them the option to maybe get some of our land patents or assimilate as Americans, but not getting us to leave. We're not going anywhere, but he's allowing them to come over here, pretend that they're us.
I just told you.
I don't know if these Africans are taking the place of natives to do some dirty work.
Think about this. If we want to buy land in Africa, we have to. It's a 99-year lease. We don't own that land.
I'm talking about nothing in Africa. We are 10 toes down for America.
I got you. Listen.
So we're going to have to fight this out with the Africans here.
Hold on, step up. But they're able to come over here and purchase land, and there's no 99-year lease plan for them.
Yeah, I don't even want to mention Africa because they are still coming here, and as you can see, the young lady is now me.
Am I making sense?
Children.
Am I making sense?
Not when you talk about Africa, because nobody in their right mind is going to go to Africa.
Understanding what
I'm saying?
I don't know of any Americans who want to go to Africa.
They are classifying us as Black or African Americans.
The ones that are here in America being
here. You gotta let other people speak. We're trying to explain. I've explained to you 3 times.
Yeah, step up for. I understand what you're saying. We all understand what you're saying. A lot was going on right now. We didn't know that they were African Americans. We didn't know they were checking that box. All this is being brought to the light now. Some of our elders been warning us of this for a very long time, saying what was going on. So. I mean, you gotta just imagine, none of us will want to go to another country and be another people in that country. Whether it's African American, it don't matter how it sounds. I don't want to check a box and be a whole nother culture or place. I'm very proud of who I am. So just the fact that they're coming, they know that we use African American. That's what we use. I would check other if I was in another country. And the whole black thing. I know BX was saying that that's what we use here, but that we were black everywhere. Other countries in the Caribbean, they didn't use black. We use black, and now everyone is claiming black. And we know it's the skin tone, but black for us was our culture. That was a thing that we had to deal with here in America.
I'm confused. I thought black was a skin color.
That's what it is to everybody else in the world. For us, is our culture.
It's our culture. It's the black consciousness. It's never been about skin color for us, because we understand and know that we're not the color black, but our culture is considered black culture. So of course we identify with that more than anybody else. So when y'all was coming over here saying, I'm not black, I'm African, I'm not black, I'm
not me. My skin color is black, and I know there's two races.
When y'all were saying that, we was like, cool.
Because when I refer to black, it has nothing to do with.
They're not black, they're Dominican. We was like, cool, whatever. You know what I'm saying? We weren't trying to Africanize. We weren't trying to force our blackness upon people, but y'all trying to force y'all African upon us. We never did that. When y'all said that, we heard y'all loud and clear, and we just said, all right, whatever. We all black, but whatever.
If you talk like all these classifications, most of the Africans in Africa, they all identify with their nation and their tribes. They don't call each other, hey, he's black, this black. They identify by their nation.
Over in Africa, they're not saying they're black. They're saying Kikuyu, Kisi, collagen. You know, they're proud of their tribe. They're proud of.
I am. I would tell you that I'm Liberian. I'm not Nigerian. I'm African, yeah, but I'm Liberian. That's it.
There you go. So
you were able to claim Liberian. Every time we find something to claim for ourselves, we have to share it with everybody else. The thing we'd like to have something of our own.
Yeah, I'm sorry that you guys have to share anything, but the thing is, it can be fixed. I mean, coming on here and back and forth, it can be fixed. That's something that you guys need to work on. And hey, we don't want this.
But that's the thing. You telling us we need to work on it, and then when we start to work on it, y'all get offended.
I don't know who's
not you in particular, particularly, but there are people upset at the fact that we want to delineate from the term African American, because we are not African. We got over 400 to 500 years here. We're not just grandfathered in for 2 generations or 1 generation. Some of us aren't even African American. Some of us are indigenous to this country. Until they had that $5 sale, that's how they didn't give us back our land. They had a $5 sale and would sell that land for $5 to Polish people, to everybody else but us, so we couldn't get our land back. And that's how we have so many white Indians right now, because they caught that $5 sale.
Can I add on just a little? They also stole the land, the sharecrop owner's last name, and use false documentations to claim the land as theirs. I don't have a voice, y'all. I locked myself out of my computer. This ain't my morning. But yes, they did that. They took black people last names.
Just like a lot of white people.
When I say that they doing this with Africans, I gotta be silent. I think they're doing this exact same thing with Africans. They are the new natives. They are the only ones who could pull this off with my identity and still in my last name. All they do is have to marry somebody who has my people's last name.
Oh, I get what she's saying.
Okay, I get.
Y'all got it. Y'all got it. Y'all got it. I got it. I got it.
They are doing the jobs of the
Gotta
natives.
listen.
I didn't mean to call you Africans dirty. I meant to say the dirty work that they sent the natives
Well,
to
that's
do.
okay. We've heard worse stuff than that.
Well, it's nothing against y'all. It's our leaders.
Well, for the most part, some people are very intelligent and they know how to, articulate and they know how to put stuff out there, but some people don't, and that's okay.
And that's on both ends.
Yeah, and that's okay because there are people that hang with people that know better, and there are people that don't know better, and I'm gonna pot on the ones that don't know better and focus on the one that know better.
So my question is, because the nation of Liberia was created for free slaves, would they be considered African Americans still, or just Africans? Because they were shipped from America back to Africa after being shipped from Africa back to.
We understand.
Listen, a lot of them. Let's answer. And let's be real, okay? A lot of them have lineage here, but not culturally here. They became something else culturally. They have their own country, their own flag, their own nationality. Whatever tribe that they have over there, that's them. So they're not necessarily. Do they have lineage here? Yeah, we're not going to say that. Matter of fact, we're finding out that a lot of our indigenous blacks went over there, and that was a trick. Again, that was a trick. That was a scheme. That was a test. That was an experiment to see if it worked out. Many of our leaders said, "No, I'm not going over to Africa," because they knew better. And when some of us went over there and saw how they were living versus how we were living here, even through Jim Crow, we said, "Hell no, we're not going over there to that. We gonna stand
They
right
came
here
back,
on
and
our
some of them
land
stay.
and fight. We gonna stay right here on our land because we know it's our land and fight." But some of our indigenous blacks did go over there, so a lot of them do have indigenous roots to America, but culturally they're not us. And they had their own ethnogenesis. They mixed in. They did what they had to do, and they became a new ethnic group. Now, do they have lineage here? Just like many of us have African ancestry, but we're not African. Matter of fact, the whole world has African ancestry, but they don't claim to be African because they're on a different landmass. So that's all we're saying. Liberians, cool. Shout out Liberia, but that was a trick. That was our people should have never went over there. Our people should have never went over there and tried to colonize those people and build up that nation. That should have never, ever happened. It did, though. But many of us were smart enough to say, no, that's not our land. That's their land. We're going to stay right here and fight for our land. And that's what happened.
I see. My other thing is that wouldn't it be much better if we all classified as Africans? Because I remember I was reading an article back in 1970. This Nigerian president, MKO Abiola, he went to the UN to rally for the reparation for the black people in America, and they killed him for that. They said you can't do that. The next president after that did the same thing, Sonia Abacha. They killed him for that. What I'm just saying is that we should all see ourselves as one because we're all fighting for each other. Even if we don't hear about it or we hear about it, there are people in Africa fighting for black Americans.
No, there's not.
Right.
Here's why we can't see ourselves as one. Not now.
Who's fighting for us?
Not now. Because you're not going to erase my culture just so we can see us as one. And that's what's going on. Just like black Americans are not trying to erase African cultures. Black Americans are not trying to erase Caribbean cultures. But it seems like both groups want to erase black American culture. And if y'all think y'all can see that, we're out. So listen, skin color does not make us one people, family. There's an equator. An equator goes all along the globe. Okay, it's not just the equators in Africa. It's all over. Okay,
but listen, what I'm saying is that
we're all gonna have melanated skin, and that's okay. But to say that we're all one big Negro, no, we're not.
To the other races,
we can set up a treaty, and we can do business that way, and we can align when we're in agreement of something. We all know we have an oppressor, and that's the YT system of oppression. We understand that. and we all should be attacking that. But you're not gonna make us all. You're not gonna make us all one people to do it. No, you can be your people, we can be our people, and we can set up a treaty, and then where we align at, and we go after the system that's oppressing everybody. And the Chinese are under white supremacy, the Middle Easterns are under, everybody's under this system of oppression, okay? Everybody. So we're not gonna join up with, we're not gonna say all Middle Easterns are black, we're not gonna say all Chinese are black, just so we can fight this white supremacy. No, we're going to recognize their distinct, unique heritage and culture, and where we can align, we will align. But it must be done with respect. That's it. Pull out the treaty and let's get it cracking. That's it.
And I'm sorry, I mean no disrespect when I say this, but a lot of African countries on the continent aren't even on the same page. Y'all, I was on a fly on the wall in an African chat, and they were sitting there fighting about the crime rate that they have going on over there. They were fighting over birthright leadership. So, I mean, and even one of the men there said that was African. They should deport us. They should deport us and make us have to come back to our countries to actually deal with what's going on in our country. Nobody else can fix it for us but us.
The problem with Africa is that it's a human rights issue. If you try to fight the government, they're going to kill you. Like, no one's going to hold a trial. No one cares.
Your verbiage. You can't say the K word. You got to say unalive.
Hold on, brother. They did that to us here, brother. They did that to us here, brother. Nobody was holding no trial when they unalived us. When they pinched us, they got us. That was it.
They found a tree and they did what they had to do.
Doing it to us, you know what I mean? It's like it's the same Africans doing it to each other every time they try to think better.
So this is what y'all need to do. Instead of trying to make us one big Negro, y'all need to become one big Africa. Okay, instead of trying to make us over here be something else, y'all need to unite all the. Y'all need to have a tribal leader get the tribal leaders together, and y'all need to say, listen, we gotta be one, or we're never gonna get anything done. Y'all need to have that.
That's the thing. They're fighting over the tribes.
Yeah.
Oh,
y'all gotta
this
have
one
that.
should be in charge. That one should be in charge. This
and
one
y'all
should
gotta say, hey man, we gotta squash this tribal thing. We need to all mix in this melting, because y'all already mixed in a melting pot. Y'all not really all one group. Y'all been mixed up so many times. Y'all just don't know. Okay, they done mixed y'all up. Y'all already mixed up, so y'all might as well become one big Negro over there, and then you'll have the moral authority to say, hey, we all need to be one big Negro. But y'all got to do it over there with y'all 5,000 tribes and 5,000 different languages.
Whoa.
Y'all got to come together country by country and say, listen, we're all going to be Nigerians, and that's it. We're all going to be Ghanaians, and that's it. We're all going to be Burkina Faso, whatever. That's it. No more tribes. Y'all need to have a movement over there. No more tribes. We're all one big Negro. And then y'all need to come together as one and crush the puppet leadership. No one can stop you for that. No, look what Burkina Faso did. No one can say they can be mad about it, but they can't do nothing about it because he already kicked the white slave. He kicked the people out that need to be kicked out, and nobody can do nothing about it. And now he's trying to make allegiances and alliances with Russia, with China. That's pretty smart because he knows that, hey man, I'm gonna need some protection because my own people aren't gonna help me. Nigeria is not going to come to his aid and say, we're going to stand with you when the European forces come. No, so he said, you know what, I better get the enemy of my enemy, which is my friend, and make them part of us. But here's the problem. Here's the problem with that. That's just saying one colonizer for a new one. That's it. You're still going to give up those mineral rights. You're still going to give up those gold. You're just not going to give it to Europe. You're just not going to give it to America. Now you're giving it to Russia and China exclusively.
But they own their own mining rights now. Like everything is nationalized. It's like Burkina Faso mining companies only, and they sell their own rights.
Right. But here's the thing. Here's what they're going to try to do, and here's what they're already doing. They're going to try to get you guys in debt. They're going to try to lend you things. Now, as long as he keeps saying no, y'all cool. But the moment some other leader comes up and says yes, they're going to get y'all in debt, and then they're going to take all of it back. That's what you have to stop. That's what happens when you get in business with these colonial powers, with these world leaders. They want your natural resources. Your job is to say no. No, 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 no. But the problem is, how long can you say no? Because you need them for protection. Because your own continent is not going to protect you. You're divided.
Can I say something?
Issue.
Like I remember you said that there's so many tribes in Africa that were already mixed in. Wouldn't that be the same things? Like I'm not trying to be disrespectful in any way. Keep in mind, wouldn't that be the same things for African Americans that were brought over here through this Atlantic slave trade? Wouldn't you say like that's the same thing that was still mixed in with African roots? I'm just saying, like, in general, if it's that there are black people of African heritage over here, there should be no reason why they should be things like a blackout month or something.
What country are you? Are you talking about Liberia? What country are you?
What?
What country are you from?
I'm from Algeria in North Africa. But,
Algeria, okay.
Yeah, North Africa. But I'm still African, obviously. But I grew up in the UK.
Okay.
Yeah. So like what I'm saying is that if it's that there's still there are people of African roots in the United States of America, if we all unite, there could be a funding route that each and every group could be funded the proper way, because Africa has so many resources, so many businessmen that would love to interact with African Americans, but there's just no way to.
Well, here's the problem. We tried to do. Listen, me myself personally, I went over to Africa and I tried to do business in Africa.
Can I ask which country? Kenya.
Okay. I tried to do business over there in Kenya, and I'll be honest. I bought some tea. I went over there. The tea tasted good. Mm. But when I bought tea, they sent me some molded tea. Think about this. I'm trying to do long-term business with them, and they're trying to scam me. Mm. Think about this.
What do you say? That's not. You shouldn't blame a whole country for that.
Right, but
I'm not the person that did that. It's unethical as hell.
Listen, I'm not blaming it on all of Kenya, but I'm saying too many of us Black Americans who have went over there and tried to do business. This has been our story. Mm. We're doing square business because we come from America. We have integrity. We know how business is run. But they go over and it's like they're not happy with they're not happy with the win. They're getting a win.
Can I say something?
Long-term business. They're getting this, they're getting that, and then they want to still try to throw in the okie doke and try to get off some old molded tea when they could have just gave me the tea that they just planted and just picked up out of there. Not your old stock. See, they're trying to sell their old stock because they're like, well, we got this old stock and we didn't sell this, so let's give them this old stock, when they should have just gave me the new, fresh stock, especially when you're starting a new business and a new business partner and have a new business relationship. You should always give up your best, but they didn't do that. So I'm saying we want, and then there's no way for me to sue. There's no way for me to get my money back. There's no way for me to do nothing. It's just a loss. And then guess what? It's also a loss for them because they made money and they got their old stuff off. But guess what? Now they got no business relationship with the Black American.
True.
That's what happened.
True.
So
that's messed up.
That is going on is what I'm saying. I'm not saying that I couldn't have found somebody that we could have done. I probably could have. I probably could have switched over to a new person and maybe he would have treated me right. But what I'm saying is too many times that's happening. Y'all got to clean up that corruption. Y'all got to fix y'all court system so people can sue and get things done and get some type of repair done when their business is damaged from that side. There needs to be integrity infused in the system. Without integrity in the system, there really is no business relationship between us and Africa.
Okay, I like to say something.
You're right about that. I like
it's
that.
absolutely integrity. Absolutely, I'm 100% for that. I agree.
Can I say something, guys? Just 3 minutes, if you don't mind. This is the thing, and I was in a meeting, but Africans always come on this panel to gaslight us. They always bring up Liberia. We are the descendants of the emancipated of 14th Amendment. The people who went to Liberia was not a part of the 14th Amendment. And you never bring up the Caribbeans or the Europeans that went to Liberia. We're not your connection here. The fact is, Africans sold Africans. Africans enslaved Africans since the 7th century. Got in bed with the Europeans, and you're on the same side as the Europeans of today. You
No.
think we're supposed to have some kind of forgiveness, some allyship because we share the same skin tone is delusional. We tried that already. We tried that as soon as we got him out of emancipation. We tried it throughout the years. You can absolutely look it up throughout history. And you can look up different business opportunities that we went to Africa and tried to do business. They chose ExxonMobil. They chose Chevron. Liberia chose Fire Tires. They didn't choose the Black American wealthy people, the Black American oil companies, NOI, the 𝗣𝗶𝗴𝗵𝘁𝘀𝘀𝗶cie. We tried this. And then when we fought for immigration right, thinking that we were going to bring some people over here that's going to be on our side, y'all came over here and stood against us with the European again after having history of selling us.
When was that? I didn't know about this. I'm just asking. When was
You
that?
don't know because it don't concern you because it's not your. Listen, you should
I
never
would like
stop
to
me.
know because nobody does.
Look, y'all, I am a mod, and y'all can see I don't have a voice. You should never stop me because you can absolutely look it up. I understand that the search engine is new to your country, but it's been around for not centuries, but over 60 years. You can look it up. You can look it up. You can look it up. Because it ain't gonna be no allyship if y'all don't hold accountability for y'all rejecting Black Americans because y'all want to play in the games with the Europeans. This information is not new, it's already documented. Your leadership said no. Your leadership, Malcolm X said that your leadership said that we should come out here and take advantage of everything we build and make them pay us. It never said for y'all to come follow us here. We're supposed to be supporting each other spiritually. And yet we was the only one supporting you spiritually, financially, and so many other things. And you literally have people over here disrespecting us and our lineage, calling us slave babies, calling us 𝗔𝗶𝗴𝗵𝘁𝘀, saying everything under the sun. So no, it might not be all of y'all, but like Muhammad Ali said, we can't if it's 1,000 snakes coming towards us.
Well,
And
everything you saying that you think that African people must have done to
ma'am,
Black
didn't I
people
say
has
don't interrupt
also
me?
been done to African
Ma'am,
people.
ma'am.
So we're not going to hold one side. And then the reason why we're not going to get
Right.
nowhere is because we're trying to hold on to
Ma'am,
one
do you
side. We're
hear
trying
me
to play this
talking?
game.
I'm not a mod on this page, but I will totally go to my other page just to drop you.
You can drop me all you want. I've been dropped so many times, and trust me, it did
Shut the
nothing.
fuck up.
Let's not get to there.
Anyway, but she made me forget my ending, and I was just finna end. Stop thinking it's we owe you anything because y'all have shown us who you are. Oh, Muhammad Ali. If 1,000 snakes was coming towards us and only a few was not poison, do we allow all the thousands to come? No. And that's what happened. Y'all have came in the million. It is more African immigrants in the United States than slaves that was brought to the United States. We only got 3%. And for y'all to begin in our position, politics, and speaking against our reparation, and you have your first and second generation speaking against our people, it would never be no allyship. The whole has been deep for years. I have over 5 years of documentation of Caribbeans and Africans talking against the lineage. It's too deep to pull yourself out of. We see your history, we see who you still are, and we see that it took the British to try to stop you, and ain't nothing stopped because it's still enslavement going on today. We're gonna take the approach that y'all took when y'all first came over here. We need to just stay away.
Stay away.
There's actually
last
1.7
submission, then
million
you drop me.
Africans in the
Is
United States of America,
what's
just
his
so you know.
name? 1 minute, sir. I'm going to give my last submission. It's mostly to foundational Black Americans because I see others are in the queue. From my time on this app, when the situation came to my attention, I realized this today. So there's a form of good cop, bad cop happening here, meaning some come in hot, oh, well, blah, 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 blah. Some come in nice, oh, well, what did you say? But They understand because it's not hard to get. It's not hard to understand. We are not the same. We are different people. We're not going to be one big happy flat Negro family, because when it was time to go for reparations against the Brits, the Caribbean and the Africans, some African nations, went without us on the bill. Get it? So when it's just for them, they know what it is. But when it's for us, they don't understand nothing. And I'm pretty much tired of that. So if it's not a basic comprehension level, it's because they don't want to get it, because the more we give pushback, the less they stand to benefit. If we put everything in their rightful category and we keep going for just our tangibles, they're not entitled to it because they don't have the history here on this land, no matter if they melanated like us or not, no matter if they cosplay us or not, the documentation counts, and they're not us. You get it too much? So I think that at some point in time, we got to realize when some of them, because some do may want to know, but I'm finding less of them and more of the ones who just either want to exert some type of dominance and annoy us. Oh, you're African. Or their comprehension is just often they're saying they're not getting it. But it's not hard to understand. They understand it when they're going for their tangibles without us. And I yield there.
Okay, I absolutely get where you're coming from. I 100% get where you're coming from. What I'm saying is like those there's a ruling class in Africa. It's not so. Don't think it's everyone that.
1 minute. You could drop me too much. Okay. Thank you guys. Have a blessed day.
Thank you.
Stay blessed.
You're welcome.
Yeah, so as I was saying, like there's a ruling class in Africa, in the whole of Africa, where there's a certain tribe or clansmen that was handed power by the colonial leaders. And that's how it's been forever. So when these reparations were happening, and the people that won the election that wasn't being controlled by Europe wanted to help get reparations for Black Americans, they unalived all of them. So they weren't able to do that.
This is what you got to do, man. Okay, you got to take a page from the Haitians, from 1804, and you got to stand on business. And you gotta, you gotta get your country back. That's the only thing you can do. You are the majority there. They are the minority leadership there, and you have to group up. You have to team up and go handle business. There's no other way, sir. Fleeing to another person's country is not going to change the condition of your country. You're going to have to stand on business. You're going to have to do what the Haitians did, and you're going to need to learn from what the Haitians did, because after you stand on business, don't think they're not going to come back. They're going to come back. And
I know.
You got to stand.
I
and
know
you
the
got to
issue.
be willing. Listen, there are seeds, and then there are fruit. Okay? The seeds don't get the recognition because they all look like seeds. But only when they fall into the ground and are unalive do they produce. What type of fruit do you want to build? Man, I'm just gonna drop it because I don't even know if you're, that was just rude and just crazy.
Too much. I'm finna go and get on my other mod page. Fuck them out of here.
Okay, appreciate it. So yeah, man, you gotta stand on. That's the only way, sir. You got to be willing to be the seed. You got to be willing to be a pioneer. Pioneers don't get the respect. They don't get the dignity. They don't get the accolades. But guess what? Like our pioneers, our seeds was those who were enslaved, those who went through slavery, those who went through the beatings, those who went through the graping. Those were our seeds. And then our seeds decide to say, we are going to do something and we're going to rise up so our children can have a better future. We can't even remember. We only remember a few of their names, but we have way more riders than what we know. Way more riders than what we know. But we don't know all of their names because they became the seed. And then we became their fruit. You got to do the same thing in your country, brother. You have to figure out, you have to say, you know what? A generation is going to have to become a seed investment so y'all can have a crop. That's it, sir. There's only one way. You can't keep blaming the government, or nothing's ever going to change. You can't keep fleeing to other countries because, listen, it's a strategy for us. It's a strategy for Americans. We want to take all the brightest people from every country and bring them here. You know why? Because then y'all don't revolt. That's the strategy.
I see that. I see that. I see
over
that.
here building up America.
Yep.
So y'all don't ever do nothing great in your country. You're never going to do anything great if you allow all your brightest people to leave and build up someone else's country. You got to keep them there,
100%.
and you got to say, you know what? You got to make them promises. Listen, it's not going to be good for maybe the first 20, 30, 40 years, but it's going to be greater later. It's going to delay gratification. It's going to be greater later, but we got to stand on business now and get it popping. Y'all got to start over there. Y'all got 𝗔𝗶𝗴𝗵𝘁𝘀𝘀𝗶cie. Instead of 𝗔𝗶𝗴𝗵𝘁𝘀𝘀𝗶ie teaming up with the Russians and the Chinese, y'all need to be making sure that dude never gets into debt. Never has to say, I need you. Never has to give up his mineral rights or sell his people so he can survive. Y'all got to get behind him, protect him. Y'all got to make business, y'all got to do intercontinental trade over there and start getting it popping over there, and y'all got to take that same energy to y'all leadership group over there and make them fear you more than they fear the colonizer. That's all you got to do. Make them fear you more than they fear their puppet master. If they fear you more than they fear their puppet master, guess what? The jig is up. You're an elephant tied down with a small little chain that you've been trained on since you were a baby. You're actually strong enough to pull that chain up out. You just don't want to because you fear the consequences of the whip. And you got to understand that whip don't have that sting like it used to have when you were kids. That whip is not going to hurt you as much as you think it will. It's going to hurt a little, but guess what? It's not going to be the sting you think it is. And listen, we know. Listen, we over here understand that. Listen, man. These YT people, they don't really got no riders. We see their white supremacist groups. They don't really got no. They're all nerds, incels, low level. The unwanted class. Nobody wants those white supremacists. Nobody. If you ever seen the what's the leader Duke, whatever his name of the Triple K group.
No idea.
You can smack him so quickly and he'll cry. You know what I'm saying? They don't have no. We have the riders. The riders are with us. They don't have no riders. So understand, they're so weak. They're so powerless. They need weapons. They need WMDs because without those, we would crush them. And they know. I keep telling you, y'all put a tomahawk in my hand, I'm taking a scalp. You put a tomahawk in a 5'7" Hispanic, they ain't taking those. Man, slow, unathletic. Man, they're not doing nothing. They're not doing nothing. It just is what it is, man. They can talk online and that's it, but they're not really doing nothing. We the riders. So once we realize that we the riders, and once we stop fearing the consequences, the moment you don't fear the consequences and you embrace your destiny, whether it's to live or be unalive, that's when you have power.
Can I say something? And I'm sorry for the silence for so long. One, if you want them to come back to the country or to the continent, use incentives, because everybody seems to be money driven over there.
Yeah, David.
So when you use those incentives to bring them back home, and you start, they see what they can actually bring back to the to help their country and help their countrymen or their continent people. Those incentives will bring them back. Two. This is where the unrest is coming in now over here, because we've decided to sit this one out, because we're not getting up and marching for this one and marching for that one. Y'all are so used to using our bodies as a shield, and for us to take the brunt of everything, so everybody else can benefit from it. We all have to come together. Yeah, but who's coming for us? Who's coming to our rescue if we're coming to everybody else's rescue? Right. It's time to take the cape off, and it's time to sit back to see who's really for us. And we're seeing.
I just mentioned in the past, some African leaders who try to do something for the black community here in America. I don't know. I just wanted to mention that did happen, and it's real. Look up MKO Abiola. He was a former Nigerian president. He was very
Yeah,
involved. He's schooled here in America as well.
I've heard of him, but I mean, that was one man you just named
There
out
are a
of how
lot. I mean, even
many countries on
I
the
would say for,
continent.
I would
But
say for
is
myself,
the
when I go to
reason
America, I only try to look for black businesses to shop from. Honestly, I don't just buy from anything. I only look for black businesses to shop from, and that's so true because my friend Jaden, he's African American. His family's been here for generations. He takes me to all the spots when I come to America.
But here's what happens when people say black businesses. Because black is so watered down, the term black, they go shop at the Caribbean, they go shop at the African, and they call that black. That's not black. Black is foundational, black American. We need to shop there. That's the businesses that need to be supported. That's the businesses that don't get supported. We support everybody. When y'all say, when we say we boycotting Target and things like that, you know what we do? We go shop at the African store. We go, their numbers pick up. The Caribbean store, their numbers pick up. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
We have our own specific ethnic group. We know what black is, culture. We know our own people. But a lot of times, a lot of our people don't have the businesses in our area. So a lot of our businesses are online. We just got to go online and type in Black American business. And then we got to be careful about that too, because a lot of those Black American businesses that are going to pop up online, guess what's going to pop up? Because it's all watered down. A lot of African business, a lot of Caribbean business. That's what they use. That's what we're saying. If you understand what we're saying,
I understand.
No one's able to support a foundational Black American business because y'all have co-opted Black and African American. Y'all stuff keep coming up, and y'all know it. That's why y'all do it, and y'all try to pretend like, oh no, we're all Black, we're all just one. But guess what? Y'all come. We can't do that in your country. We can't go over to Africa.
Can I ask you a question?
African business. I
Can
got
I say something? Actually, if you go to Africa, like Africans, like let me just say, if not the government, but African people, they really embrace African Americans. I don't know if you realize.
I'm not saying they don't. I've been there. I'm not saying they don't, but I'm saying we can't go over there and start a business and say we're an African business. We got to.
Can I ask you a question?
I mean, you don't really have to specify like where you're from because, like, no offense again, you look like us, like you can set up whatever, no one will question you. I'm just saying.
Brother,
So my question is, why can't you take the same energy to Mexican or Latinos, Arabs or Indians, or are you afraid of them?
Let me first of all, don't ever come in like that. You know we're not afraid. You know that. That's stupid to say that. We're giving it to y'all first. We're giving it to y'all first because y'all have been the most disrespectful. Y'all been saying with y'all chest, we have no power, we have no culture, calling us names like 𝗥𝗶𝗴𝗵𝘁𝘀. Y'all asked for this, so now y'all are gonna get it. Y'all are gonna. If we got to go 381 days not supporting y'all business, we're gonna see how long y'all can last because we're the ones that pay for y'all business.
Yes.
We're the ones that support your business, right? When have you came and found a foundational Black American business and supported that? You haven't. You haven't. So guess what? Y'all been talking the loudest. Y'all been talking greasy. Y'all won't respect us when we say we're not Africans. Y'all keep doing this, so now y'all gotta feel it. That's just what it is.
It's August.
It's really no disrespect.
Is August not too long?
It's just
Is
what it is.
August not too long?
No, August is not long enough.
Why not right now?
Came up your
Why not right now?
But it says one
ma'am,
week.
I don't listen, ma'am. I don't go to African braid shops. I don't necessarily go to African rap. I'm gonna be okay because I don't frequent those places.
Exactly.
Can I interject here?
Go ahead.
The thing is with the Mexican and Hispanic community, they're not trying to call themselves us. They're not checking the Black American / African American box.
Correct.
So that's the difference.
But they beat Black women out of their shops. We have
they're
seen it
all
several
Latinos,
times.
though.
Hold on real quick. That's another win, you guys. We boycott until they stop checking the Black African American box. We boycott them until they recognize our distinct lineage and ethnicity and stop calling us Africans. That is a win, family. We don't just boycott for 1 month.
So I thought it was ongoing.
Why not forever? Boycott forever. Why not?
That long too, if you want it.
I'm okay with that. We can do forever. You know what I'm saying?
African never abuse FBA women or beat him. But we have seen Mexican, Arabs, Indians doing that several times. Why don't you do the same thing? Or you are afraid of them?
Ma'am,
because they're not cosplaying us.
They're not afraid. We got to send the message.
They beat you. Africa never do that.
Why is she sitting here lying, though? Ma'am, you're just lying.
It's not a lie.
You're just sitting here lying on this platform,
over, not one times. It's not a lie.
Let me speak to this lady. Let me speak to her. Ma'am, first of all, you know you're lying when you open your mouth. It's all over YouTube how we have come in and basically whipped people's tail and put them out of business for business disrespecting for us. So I don't know where you coming from. And number one. Number two, you don't own 50 braid shops. You don't own 1,000 braid shops. And I guarantee you those people that's going to start losing all that money and count on us paying $300, $400, $500 is not going to want you opening your ignorant mouth telling us to go ahead and strike for a year. You're nothing but bluffing.
Chinese nail salon have beat a black woman here.
They don't want to lose millions of dollars from black people. And you don't have millions of dollars to replace with those organizations where you just up here running your mouth. Target lost $12.5 billion because of us. So you don't want to sit here and tell us, and then as far as the Latino and Hispanic people, yeah, they get it too, easily. You need to go do some research before you come up here running your mouth talking real ignorant like you bad. You're not bad, and you don't know what you're talking about, obviously from the dumb questions you're asking.
So are you denying that the Chinese nail salon never abuse a black woman? Not only Chinese.
Our focus is
on Arab shop have
we can't worry about
stealing their property and they beat
him. We have to worry about who's here cosplaying us, pretending to be us, and sit here and make sure that they know that it's not us. It's you. You sold us to come over here.
Somebody go check
about the sales.
So why can't we do it today?
You want to come
today?
Let
us start
today.
August is too
put
far.
Your hand in the pot. We're trying to make sure that your hand cannot take cookies out of that jar that you had you didn't even contribute to.
Hold on real quick.
August is too far. Do it today.
There's no integrity.
Hold on. Y'all, I just smell something. Somebody go check her page out. Make sure she's who she's.
I don't think she's real.
She has to be.
Hold on, I gotta check real quick.
What I'm saying is very true. Just start it today. Start boycotting today.
Okay, hold on.
She sounds like she's not even African, y'all. Y'all better go check her page out. Make sure.
She sounds Indian.
You know,
she sounds African. Actually, I'm not gonna lie. She sounds from South.
South
Africa.
Does, but I mean, come on now.
Them R's sound South African. I'll tell you that. Them R's that she.
Yeah.
We have to worry about the people that look like us because they can be detrimental to us.
They are. They are actually us. 2 generations. Don't forget.
Hold on.
That too.
Everybody, 1 second. So, 𝗤𝗶𝗴𝗵𝘁𝘀𝗀𝗶cie have you not seen the YouTube videos where black women have been in nail shops and been beaten by Asians from different countries in Asia for not paying up front, not wanting to pay ridiculous prices than any other. They go into the beauty shops, and if they're looking too hard at something, they are being abused by the Asians. You saying Africans don't abuse black Americans? Come on, man. Because they're sitting there.
But you have to talk about what we did after they did that.
Can I watch that, please?
We've been in relationship with them, and they abuse them in the house. They don't ever. Come on.
In the house.
You gotta be serious.
Exactly.
I wanted to say something.
We have seen an African American woman on her life, a Jamaican.
I went over to the European TikTok. I know everybody's been over to the European TikTok. They are dealing with the same thing we are over here dealing with. They are fighting over there because they don't want these
they are not fighting.
Countries.
They are not
you
fighting.
have Poland that is fighting hard. You have France that they can't even. It's too many they can't even count. Sweden is overpopulated right now, full of them. And these countries have had enough.
Canada's upset too.
What do you know?
And they can't hold them.
Police themselves are everywhere.
We are having
Police
the
themselves
same.
are everywhere.
We are doing our pushback, and we need to at the right time because they are taking over every country in Europe.
Can I say something? Wait, hold
Well,
on. Yeah, you said
white people create a village, a community
They're,
in America.
hold on, ma'am.
We are only
Hold
white
on.
people.
They are
allowing,
coming and they're
not
sleeping
black.
in tents. These people cannot hold them.
Are
Like
you
I
talking
said,
about
they're just
Africa?
coming
Can I
over
speak to
and
Renee
they
real
can't
quick?
hold them all.
Can I speak to Renee real quick?
Yeah.
One
White
second.
people create a community where only white are allowing in
Shut up while
America.
she's
It's
trying
called
to
back to
play.
land.
Shut him
You
up.
can look it up.
We can't even hear what she's
Yeah, you
You're gonna have to drop her. She can't control herself. Just drop her.
They don't
You
want
can
to
drop
know
me
the
if you
truth.
want.
They don't want to let everybody know they're doing this to European countries over there. They're invading them. They can't hold them all. They're telling them they don't have enough money in their budget to feed them and do what America's doing. So it's
are you talking
Can I say
about
something? One sec, Miss Renee, right? Listen. So
about?
those European countries that you're speaking of, they have already influenced African politics. They're the colonial power in Africa. So like, I wouldn't really say feel bad for them the way their country is looking like currently right now, because there's made so much poverty in the northern African countries that we have to cross over to the seas to England.
no, sir, you don't have to.
You allowed it.
You don't have to. You're doing it because you think you can.
It's because look what happened in Libya. Look what's happening in Libya right now. There are two governments in Libya. Look what happened in South
Oh,
Sudan.
you're doing
That's
it
what could
because you
happen
think you can, and these people cannot house and hold you all.
Can
You're
I say
invading
something?
their countries, and they can't house and hold you all.
Hold on, family. There's two things you got to understand. There's seed time and there's harvest. You can't have a harvest without seed time. That's what's going on. But nobody wants to be the seed. Somebody has to be the seed in order for there to be a harvest. You're never going to see anything good in your homeland as long as you see to somebody else's. You are going to have to stand up, grow some balls, and stand on business in your homeland and get it popping until things change. There's ways you can do it. You got to look at your leadership and you got to tell them you need to fear us more than you fear them. You need to fear that what the consequences of messing with us more than you fear losing out on money and grace with the dominant society or the colonial power. That's what you need to do.
Can I say something?
And I absolutely agree. I don't
change, sir.
I'm not saying like, like them being in Europe is like the best thing for them or for Africa or whatsoever. That's not what I mean. What I mean, it's like it's pushback of what happened back in the 1970s, especially in Algeria, my country, where there were like 5 different militia groups killing each other. There were like over 1 million deaths in like sort of 5 years.
But here's the problem. Y'all are coming with that same mindset, and y'all coming into the wrong country with that mindset.
No, I'm saying that that's what happened over there, and these people that are leaving, they don't want that. You get what I'm saying?
This is a problem everywhere. This is what y'all do everywhere. Y'all flood the zone in other countries everywhere, and y'all even do it here. And now, guess what? Now Black Americans have woken up. We're not going back to sleep.
The problem is you are not going. You cannot stop African from coming to America. That's the real problem.
Hold on.
Trump is doing it. You don't have to worry about us doing it. Trump is doing it.
Let's take one at a time.
We sure can stop that. And that's what you're going to see. Because if y'all can't make no money over here, y'all gonna stop coming over here. When y'all realize, hey, when y'all come over here, it's gonna be a problem. Guess what? Y'all gonna try the UK. Y'all gonna try Canada. Y'all gonna try all these other countries. But you're not gonna. But the days where y'all can come over here and flood this on America, it's over. It's done. Black Americans are waking up, and it's done.
Can I say something? 95%.
Trump is already doing it, host. Don't forget, Trump is already doing it.
African businesses, 95% of their customers are Africans themselves.
Too much, please drop
Birthright
that person.
citizenship. The Congress, the Supreme Court voted 7-3 for the birthright citizenship. So immigrants can't come over here and have babies anymore. And they're gonna be considered citizens. That's not going on anymore.
Wait a
So
second
will
though.
that
Didn't
stop
didn't
them?
the Americans
I'm sorry,
make
can I
that?
ask a question? You've been talking nonstop. So, Renee, would that stop the young lady who's second generation from being able to say she's African American if they're stopping the birthright citizenship? Her
If they've
grandparents.
already been over here, then they are still considered a citizen. But by the Constitution, if they came over here as immigrants and they have children, I think that birth certificate should be null and void because it really doesn't cover the Constitution. I think that's what a lot of them are failing to realize. But now Trump, it was already set forth, but Trump made them put it in power.
So
Did you know
Foundation of Black Americans are also trying to get it classified where they can't do that anymore. They're already working on that as well. So yeah, that's going to get shut down too, where they won't be able to claim us.
So after they become citizenships, though, their children will also be legally Americans, right?
They won't be Black Americans. They won't be Foundation of Black Americans.
If they have a birth certificate, yeah, and they're saying they have citizenship, yes. But if the parents are immigrants and they do not have a birth certificate or saying that they have a citizenship here, then no. And that's what's happening.
That's fair. So if they become citizens first, then all of their children, if they're from Africa, they become citizens, all of their children can then become American.
Exactly, because if it's two citizens here, then their children are citizens. But if it's two immigrants, they're not citizens. Their children are just citizens because they're born here. But as we know, Trump, he was playing chess, not checkers. He went and put that in place where no immigrants can come over here and have children, even if they're immigrant and American citizen. They still aren't considered a citizen.
I actually looked into
That's
that.
not fair, though. But that's not fair
Because it has to be two citizens.
Oh, two. Well, his Melania was not a citizen, I don't think, first.
Deport her too.
He's not even a citizen. Deport all of them.
Y'all know his wife is not going to be.
That's not going to happen, unfortunately.
And had the nerve to be on an Einstein visa.
Well, we know that the Constitution only covers the descendants of enslaved people. That's who the Constitution of natural and born birthright citizenship only belongs to the descendants of slaves.
But if he cancels that, then what does that mean for you?
Who's going to cancel it? The Supreme Court has already voted 7-3.
They already voted.
So you can't cancel it, and you did.
He tried it.
Actually, it was already in play. What Trump made them do is stand on the Constitution. That's all.
Right. It's like, good luck with thinking that we're going to be canceled. Good luck with all that.
No, I'm not. I'm not saying that. I'm just like, okay, after they're done with, like, let's say the so-called, in quotes, immigrants, like the Latinos and all, what's going to happen to the African American people over here?
You mean the Black Americans?
Like,
Black Americans?
my bad. You know what I meant.
Nothing. Listen, we've always been here. We can't go anywhere. They can't get us.
We were here before them.
What country are they going to deport us to?
Well, guess what? Systematic racism exists. That's the unfortunate issue.
Constitution covers us.
It's always existed against us, sir. This is nothing new. We've been dealing with colonial power for a long time. Let me tell you what's going to happen. They're going to have to bust a grape, or they're going to give us some tangibles. That's it. They're going to have to make a move.
Let me explain something to him.
We're not afraid of that.
What we are telling you is
they're going to have to. We are going to force them to come correct, and they know it. They don't got no riders. They got very few riders and a whole lot of soft yellow pudding snacks over there. That's it on their side. That's
I ain't gonna lie. I think they have something planned for us. So I just think we need to
listen.
I don't think they have anything planned for us because
check this out. They can have whatever they want planned for us. Our job is to thwart it. Our job is to get on code and stop it. The only way we're gonna stop anything is if we get on code. We get on code and everything gets
what's getting on code? What's getting on code though? Too much. What's getting on code? What's getting on code too much?
Hold on. We cannot allow them to get us off code. we must get on code. What is getting on code?
What's getting on code?
Getting on code is plugging into the grassroots media, so you know what on code is. You know how we're moving. This blackout month, this is getting on code. This is black people getting on code and saying we're going to get the Africans up out the paint. And the Caribbeans, y'all might be next. So y'all better be careful.
What y'all don't get is the fact that y'all are money driven.
Too much. That's never gonna happen, man.
You in your pocket.
You know you're never gonna happen, brother. You keep saying
too much. That's too much. That's never gonna happen, man.
It's never too much. Ask Target. Right. Ask Target.
You keep saying that doesn't, and that whole Target thing. Let me just be real. That whole Target
people
thing.
Went to Walmart. They stopped shopping at Target and they went to Walmart. Like, let's be serious. Let's not play around. Let's be serious.
One at a time.
That whole Target thing,
one at a time.
Hold on, this whole stalking. That whole Target thing, that was a Kenyan woman. Okay, that wasn't even us, but we got on code with it because we, you know, black is still black to some black people, and we were able to. We might have switched over to Walmart, but guess what? What's going to happen is we're building up a system that our people can participate in. So we don't have to keep blacking out one thing and then making another ethnic group rich. We don't want to do that. We want to shop at only foundational Black American businesses. So all we got to do is build it. We build it.
We got so much work.
We build it. Our people thrive. Our people will migrate over. That's what we're doing.
A lot of work.
Of course, there's a lot of work.
People have a lot of work to do.
Of course you do. And you know what you do?
A lot of work to do.
You got a lot of work to do at your homeland. That's why you over here. You don't want to do the work. That's why you over in my live. Go build up your homeland while we build up ours. Leave us alone so we can.
Too much. My name is my name, but this is my homeland, man. This is my homeland. That's why I came in here because that's why I came in here.
See what the host just said. You got a lot of work to do in your homeland. That was profound. Think about that. Don't worry about us.
A lot of education.
They worrying about everybody else's problems but their own. You can't even worry about what's going on in your country, but you worried about what we doing over here.
Oh, so you're saying America is your homeland? I thought you was talking about Africa.
Too much.
Got a bad
connection. You gotta fix your African brother.
Your African internet is.
And I blame their parents for not teaching them better. That's who I blame. I blame their parents.
Their parents taught them to be racist.
I blame their grandparents for selling them out. That's why they over here. Their grandparents sold them out. I blame their grandparents for selling them out.
I blame their parents. Their parents should know better. You don't go to somebody's home and treat them bad.
Too much. Listen, I was born in the country, dude. I'm an American. What are you talking about, dude?
What are you talking about?
What are you talking about, dude?
Or are you an A?
You're an African.
I told too much. I've been in here before. We spoke before.
Brother,
did you have a different name, Kofi?
Of my lineage.
Oh, right.
You can be born here all you want, but that don't mean you're of my lineage. You're not of my lineage, sir. You have Caribbean roots or African roots, wherever your family tree leads you, whatever your genealogy tells you, that's who you are. And it's not here. Being born here doesn't make you me.
Yeah, but too much. You don't even know what you are.
I do.
Whoa,
y'all love that.
You have a slave
line.
too much. You have a slave last name. Listen, you have a slave last name and don't know what your last name was before they changed it. So why are you going
to your last name?
Let's be serious, man.
Right.
Worried about it.
Let's be serious.
Let me speak to Kofi.
Let's talk for real. No. Let's talk for real. Let's be serious too much. You have a slave last name and don't even know your real name, dog.
And you have no documentation for your last name.
You have no documentation.
Those are weak talking points.
Kofi, you have to change your approach when you're talking to Black Americans, brother. Honestly, you have to, because
very weak talking points, sir.
You have to change your approach because that's not how you get on the
You don't know your last name because your last name you didn't even used to have a last name until 1960 something. Matter of fact, you're so mixed up from what country you come from because y'all are nomadic people. They just put a border around y'all and called y'all.
You don't gotta get upset now. You
don't know where you come from, sir. You could have came from you could have been a black European that was planted in Africa.
Let's keep the conversation on
that's where your family comes from.
It sounds like you're getting upset. But what I said is what I said.
Like his last name sounds
like
Arab.
Eric.
It might be Arab.
This is why I allowed him to speak so y'all know the reason why we're delineating. The delineation is strong when you keep seeing this. When you keep
wrong, and strong.
Unintelligent, low-hanging fruit type of brothers, degenerates, come up here and say stuff like that.
Too much. I'm fully and heavily educated too much.
Brother, you've been indoctrinated.
Like too much. Stop, man. Too much. Listen, too much. We spoke before. So tell the people in the room the truth about you, man. You're married to an African woman, dog.
Everybody knows that.
All right, so you sound like a super hypocrite on here.
Still repping his people.
You sound like a fucking weirdo, though. You sound like a weirdo with the goofy man. That's why I wanted to come in.
Yeah, you come in. I know.
He really sounding like a weirdo saying his ancestry came from Africa, but you claim in America. That's a weirdo.
Yeah, that's weird.
That's a weirdo.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes. Because your ancestors were not enslaved.
Of what you may think, sir, I don't hate all Africans, sir. I just love my lineage. I love my people. And before there was camaraderie, I'm buried 7 years into this thing, brother. I'm 7 years into this thing, brother. I'm not leaving my wife. I love my wife. My wife, as long as my wife is not a tether, that's all you need to be concerned about. You are a tether, sir.
Another thing. The indigenous melanated people of this country, man, a lot of them are not down with the FBA thing, man. So, like I said, it's a battle. It's a battle too much.
It's not a battle.
The indigenous melanated people of this country, a lot of them are not down with the FBA thing, man.
I'm indigenous and I'm down with it.
Hold on, family. Let me tell you, because I'm in talk with indigenous black American people. And let me tell you, they have an issue with the term black, but they understand what they're meaning.
They're not down with no FBA. They're not down with no CIA.
First
of all, you can't tell me.
Come on, man. Stop blocking me.
You need to prove what he's saying. I need you to prove what you're saying, sir, because you're just saying giving out misinformation.
Hold on. I gotta drop him.
Once I get it. I'm sorry.
Quest back up, but I gotta drop because you're not gonna keep interrupting me. Listen, I'm in tune with the copper colored people here. I'm in tune with them.
Me, I'm sorry, I was driving. I couldn't hear you. You can drop me.
They know me, and I know them. And guess what? We're in sync. We're in sync with what we're doing over here. That's all you need to know. There is no separation. They may not like the term black, and that's okay. But they have nothing against the word freedman.
So yeah, I had an issue with that like 2 days ago. I just said I would just say brown. I mean, I could say FBA, but I don't like the word black. And it's only because Africans are calling themselves black and I can't delineate from them. They call themselves black now. They call themselves African.
Foundation, when you put that foundational in front of that changes.
That's why I like FBA. But I was in my mind, it
people
will be
who got a problem with black, that's just something they got. Listen, we use foundational black American and freedmen interchangeably. If you don't like foundational black American, just use freedmen. It's common sense, people. It's common sense. We're already classified as freedmen. We're not classified as foundational black Americans, but we are classified as freedmen. You can use freedmen. Freedmen is still us. It still represents our lineage here. So all this, we're in competition or cahoots or striving with the indigenous. No. We know who the indigenous black Americans are. They are us. We are them. We're still one. When it's time to get on code, guess what? they're gonna get on cold with us.
That's right.
I'll say something.
Wait, hold on. Step up. I'm gonna ask you to do one thing, please, or two things. Please look up the etymology of the word black. One thing, okay? Or two things. Please look up the etymology of the word black. And then, can I have you just go down to the comments for a little while, and so we can bring Ishmael up?
Yeah.
Thank you.
You can drop me too, because it's an echo. I apologize. So I couldn't tell you was speaking. I'm driving, and it was like a static. And you can drop me as though. I do apologize, because I would normally never do that.
No problem. It's no problem. It's no problem.
I say
thank you, ladies.
We bring Ishmael up. Where's Ishmael at? She's in here. I don't see her up anywhere.
I sent her an invite, and I sent cousin an invite.
Okay.
Can I ask one question?
When they come, y'all let me know, and I'll bring them up. Go ahead.
Why? Okay, you said that. I forget. Kofi Baba. I was just asking him a question. Why did you say 1960? They didn't have their last name. So was he up here clowning, and they really didn't have a last name when some of our names go back
You
past
gotta mute, bruh.
1730?
I'm sorry. Hold on, step up. Booker T, you gotta mute, man. You got too much noise. We can't hear the person speaking.
So that's what I'm gonna go down and ask him. He's telling me to smarten up, but why would he clown us who have documents that take our lineage back past 1600, 1400s with the same last name?
Yeah, he don't.
Why is he saying we have slave names?
Have information like that because they never been able to look for themselves.
So did you say 1860 or 1960 for him?
1960. They didn't have last names until around whenever their country started. That's when they started having last names. They didn't have last names before. They didn't even have records before that. They're still doing nothing wrong with oral information, but let's be real. Tethers lie. They don't know where they don't have no proof or know really where they come from. They just know that they became a country when they became a country, and they're with this tribe. That's it.
Actually, I was gonna say something like in the western part of Africa, right? They have these kingdoms, as you know, the Edo Kingdom, the Benin Kingdom, and all that, right? Each of them they have their own writing system. They have the different actual you know what the Egyptians used to do back in the day to write to have those scrolls. They that's what they use as well. They got them from the southern part of Africa. They imported them through trade routes, and they actually have records of of their past kings from a very long time ago, and all the stuff, documents and all that stuff.
Brother, there's so much paternity fraud going on over there. They don't know who they belong to who.
Because 60 years is not that far. So
listen, those scrolls, some of those scrolls are not even they're not even around. Those documents are lost. They can't even produce them today. If we say produce a scroll that shows your family tree and what kingdom you belong to, they won't be able to do it. Gone.
No, I'm not saying the people, but let's say the ruling class. The ruling class have those documents. I'm talking.
The ruling class. Okay, listen. The ruling class. Let's be real. They know what happened. A lot of them know. They're in on it. They're in on it. So and let's be real. A lot of those ruling class, they've been mixed and amalgamated as well too. Listen. The colonizers came in and screwed up. And they breeded when the Spanish got with the indigenous people over here. You know what they did? They breeded out all the indigenous people and created a new hybrid race that we know as Hispanic or Mexican or Cuban or Puerto Rican, whatever. They can't even claim really indigenous anymore. They've been breeded out. The only thing they didn't do is they didn't breed out the ones in Africa. They kept them who they are, but they mixed y'all up with tribe. They did that on purpose so y'all would never figure out and know who you are and will continually fight each other, not knowing that you're the same freaking people. Y'all scrolls, they done got rid of those scrolls. They were ordered to get rid of those scrolls. Why haven't we seen one scroll yet? As many Africans that we've talked to.
I would say because I'm Tuareg, right? Tuareg is Sahara, we're in southern Algeria. We never got conquered by colonizers because they couldn't even come to the desert. France couldn't survive. 3 weeks trying to cross the desert. When I go through the caravans to go to the Sahara, I have my own family that's over there. I can trace my family back to 3,000 years old. Not even joking.
Okay, where's your scroll at? Where's your proof of that?
Well,
I'm not talking about oral information. You said you have a scroll. Where is it at? Can you produce that?
I don't have it with me. I'm not in Algeria right now, no.
But they have it in Algeria. Your family can produce that scroll.
Yes.
Let me just say this.
I would love to see it. I would love to see something like that.
Yeah, it will be a while because traveling the caravans, they take like 3 months to
just
get,
have them
to get
take
to
a
that
picture
place.
of it. Take a picture of it. Just
I-
take take a picture of it and say, we've never listen. I've never. First of all, this is the first time I ever heard of a scroll. That's number one. And number two, we've never seen any African produced documents that said that they are this many years old. A lot of people. Let me tell you what a lot of people are finding out, or a lot of people are knowing that even Africa is a transplant continent. They took a people from somewhere else and put them over here. They took the people from the southern tip and put them on the northern tip. They put the people from the eastern tip and put them on the western tip. They've been mixing y'all up for so. Where do y'all have been a nomadic people? Y'all done travel from the tip to the top.
I won't disagree with that. Yeah, the Tuareg people are a nomadic tribe.
Y'all have been mixed up, and they know it. They know it.
Can I say something?
I won't argue that. I won't argue.
Y'all are this and y'all are that. When there's no documented proof. The one thing we can say about the colonizers here, we're probably one of the most well documented people on the planet. We're probably Black Americans are probably one of the most well documented people on the planet. We had another brother that said Jamaicans kept good records too. I don't know, but I know here in America, we got our roots go back. Some of us can go back into the 1700s, all the way into the 1600s. We're documented over here. Me, myself, I've gone back to 1833. And I'm sure if I just throw a little money at it, I can get more because the documents are there.
Can I say something real fast? Let me say something real fast. So the guy Kofi, he's experiencing an identity crisis. He doesn't know where he fits in the world. So he's trying to force, his way into an ethnic group that he is not a part of because he feels and wants to be a part of our ethnic group so badly. If you notice how he speaks, he has no remnants of his own culture or his own people. So, he feels entitled to, to tell us who we are because he is lost and doesn't know who he is. He's talking, look, listen, too much, come on, too much. He almost has a New York Italian accent. His accent is so ridiculous. And, and this guy is lost. His own ancestors would not recognize him, by his voice and how he acts. If he was telling Too Much, that he doesn't know who he is. Well, Too Much, like he said, he's well documented. His family is well documented. 200, 300 years, here, and we have to listen to guys who don't even have their own inflection or a vernacular from their own countries telling us that we don't know who we are when they have no documentation going past the 1960s documenting who they are. So that means we have to listen to you give like some sort of oral history of who you are and who your family is based off of, somebody's memory. And a lot of them in West Africa, they use griots. And the job of the griot is to, be the village historian, like a tribal historian. And they are supposed to memorize the lineage of everybody's family in that village. Now, what's the likelihood that, the griot might get something wrong? It's very possible. Very, very likely that they're gonna mix up some names. Some of y'all out here talking about somebody as your grandmother, and you don't even know you saying the wrong name. You know what I'm saying? Because the griot got the wrong information. This person, and the reason they had griots is you have to go back to the Arab slave trade where they were actually enslaving sub-Saharan Africans and West Africans, Central Africans And what they did, they brought in Islam, and also they brought in written language. They brought in the Arabic language, which is how they were able to establish universities like Timbuktu. How they were able to document, their vast knowledge. They didn't have, their written languages.
Actually,
like
sorry to cut you there, brother. We have
whatever your name is.
before.
No, hold on. Let me teach, because
I'm just saying,
a lot
like,
of people
you're
don't know
wrong
that. The
on
Arab
that,
slave trade
language
brought
that's
in
in
the
Timbuktu.
Arabic language. Hold on, brother, because I need to teach, because people don't know this, and y'all are going to spread some misinformation. And they brought the Arabic language to West Africa, and that's how a lot of knowledge began to disseminate. Because I'm not saying those people were unintelligent. I'm just saying they didn't have a lot of things documented until the Arabic language came to West Africa, and then they were able to build those universities such as Timbuktu, which had all of their knowledge. You know what I'm saying? Because they were brilliant builders. If you look, they had a wall greater than the Great Wall of China in West Africa. But the Europeans, the colonizers, came and tore that down. They were great builders. They were great mathematicians, but they did not have that stuff written down. They were engineering without a written language. You know what I'm saying? So the Arabs, they did bring that in. That's why Timbuktu was able to house so many books and so much knowledge. I'm just keeping it real. They did bring their written language there. So when you talk about documentation of family lineage, though, a lot of that is just mostly oral tradition and oral history. And what I find ironic is that when we tell them that we are indigenous to America and our grandmother told us we're indigenous to America, they tell us, well, your grandmother's wrong. Meanwhile, they're listening to a griot who is supposed to remember the family lineage of everybody in the village. And you're going to believe that person and tell me to not believe my grandmother, which is crazy. That's crazy work. It's hypocrisy and it's ironic. But I just wanted to go ahead and let y'all know that guy Kofi, he's having a very bad identity crisis. He's lost in the world and he doesn't know where he fits in. So he's trying to make us a part of him and make us a part of his lineage and trying to force him his way into our lineage. And I'll land there.
Okay. I was gonna say something. It was like, so in Africa before the Arab invasion, we had the Amazigh people of North Africa, also the Tuareg people in the Sahara. We had our own languages. It's called Tifinagh. We speak Tifinagh for ancient of days. There's even writings on like mountains that's been there for centuries. We didn't Arab is our second language, if you understand. Then French is the next one. We have our own language before any invasion came. We had a written system. We have our
I'm not saying you didn't have a language, but what you're saying is you didn't have a written language.
No, we did. We do. That's what I'm saying. We do have a written language.
They use hieroglyphics.
That's for Egypt, but it's in very similar things. You see.
Right, the same thing. Y'all wrote on walls and drew pictures and stuff like that.
And what's it called? You call them like, on stones as well too. Things like that we wrote on everything that we can write on. We had our written language. We had our own system.
Yeah, it's more like a pictograph as opposed to letters that corresponds to sounds like the Arabic language, like the English written language.
It's the same thing for the Arab language because it looks like what's it called? The Arab language is not.
But they're not drawing like a picture of a house to represent a house.
That's not how the Tifinagh language is, though. That's not how it is. That's hieroglyphic is different. You see, Tifinagh. I don't know. You think you should look it up? It's very, very different from what you're thinking about. I'm just letting you know.
I just also want to let you know that I'm talking about West Africa specifically, not Algeria, which is North Africa. But yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah. Someone in the comments said that we call ourselves houses. We're not houses. We're Tuaregs. We're not houses. We're Tuaregs. But it's still like it's still like the modern nation of the Fulanis and the Hausa people. They came from us as well too. And then what I've been doing research on was that the San people.
Hold on. Let me say this real quick. Listen, y'all got over 5,000 different tongues on that continent to go along with the tribes. One of the languages I forgot to say. You're right. One of the language that unified Africa was the Arab language. One to help y'all speak to each other, to speak to other tribes. It was the Arab. It was Arabic. It was English, it was Swahili, it was German, it was Dutch, it was French. So now 6 languages that helped y'all. Y'all couldn't even communicate with each other until y'all have these invaders, for lack of a better word. If it wasn't for Swahili, Arabic, German, Dutch, English, French, y'all couldn't communicate with each other. Y'all, listen.
Yeah, we could.
Okay, what language? How was y'all communicating?
So listen, the whole North Africa from Libya to Tunisia, Western Sahara speaks Tifinagh. Everyone there understands what each other is saying.
So Tifinagh was like y'all Swahili.
Basically, yes, and it also has a written form as well too.
Okay, that's new information to us, brother.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. That's North Africa.
Yeah, because no one really knows about North Africa like that. Just like everyone always think West Africa every single time, you know.
Right. I get it. We don't know everything about everything. That's true. We don't know everything about
definitely not about North Africa, because generally, for the most part, when we're talking about our connection to the continent, we're talking about West and Central Africa. Some people have some ties to some East African and South African countries. So, but for the most part, as far as our connection to North Africa, a lot of us don't really know much about that, because a lot of us aren't related to that. But however, we do have some people who their lineage, when they check their DNA, their haplogroup goes back to North African regions as opposed to West African regions. So we know that there was some sort of intermixing, and some people got sold from North Africa into West African chattel slavery. So then we probably need to do a little more digging into North Africa, but definitely the point still stands. The Arabic language actually did actually allow the West African and Central African countries to communicate better, to document better, to write books and create universities. Early, I'm talking about early universities using the Arabic language. That cannot be denied. But I think your language in North Africa, that you guys used it across North Africa, it sounds like something I want to look into and learn more about. It's very interesting and very cool.
Thank you.
Yeah. So, but one thing about it, if you're writing a book and you're talking about you gotta almost paint the letters, you know what I'm saying? You can't write a book using pictographs, you know what I'm saying? You're talking about write a novel, write poetry. You can't do that stuff using a pictograph. You need a written language like the Arabic language, like the English language, to do so. And so I just wanted to point that out.
Like, you see my name, like on here, like my name, that's Tifinagh right there.
Okay. Well, check this out. Listen. Let me ask you a question. Are Middle Easterns YT?
To me, I think they're Middle Easterns. I don't think they're. I mean, some call themselves white. That's their business. I think
call themselves YT when they come here. Matter of fact, the reason why I brought that up, tomorrow, Cousin is gonna invade my page. He's gonna take over my page, and he's gonna do a podcast on the page. So y'all come in tomorrow. We're gonna see one of our brothers, one of the mods on my account. He's gonna be using my account, and he's gonna run a live, and he's gonna talk about. I don't know what his topic is yet, but he's going to talk about something. He's going to talk about what he feels strongly about, and I'm going to yield my page to that. So y'all come back rap. But probably Saturday, we're going to get into this thing of how the Middle Easterns are YT. They're YT, and they actually fought for this family back in like 1919, I believe. I think it was around 1919 where Middle Easterns started to become YT. Right along the same time, the Irish. Right along the same time, the Italians, right along the same time as the Polish, how that word YT became such a dominant force, because listen, family, I want y'all to understand who the biggest. We know melanated people are the biggest on the planet. But if you break us down ethnically, we still outnumber the YT. We are the largest ethnic group in this country today. Even with all they said the 20, we had our own little Holocaust, so to speak, with 20 million babies being aborted. They call that our little Holocaust right there. Even with the 20 million that should have been here, we're still the largest ethnic group in America. And I want to tell you something else. Even during slavery, hold on, man, y'all got to stop doing that. Even during slavery, we were the largest ethnic group in America. Think about this. The YT came over, we were still the dominant people here. Black people have always been here. They want to tell you they massacred all these indigenous Native Americans. That's a lie. They did. They did a number of them, probably in the millions, but we were still the most dominant people here. In the South, they had to bring in Jim Crow. Had they not brought in Jim Crow, we were the dominant in the South. I want y'all to understand that. We have always been the most dominant group. Why do you think Ellis Island happened? Why do you think the protest of the silent protest of 1917 happened? We had over we had over 200,000 farms in this country that they took away from us. We had over 30,000 Masons in this country that they gave our work over to the YT men because we were the workers. We had all the wealth. Listen to what I tell you. Black people, we were the wealthiest people coming out of slavery, and they had to stop it. We had over $5 million in the Freedmen's Bank that they stole. We have the wealth in this country because we had the jobs and the economy in this country, family. Y'all need to understand that. Don't let them lie to you. Don't let them lie to you and act like they did it all. Listen, they stole it all. They co-opted it all. That's always been the game plan. And we're still here today. And we're still standing on business. And we're not going to let it happen. We're not going back into slavery. We know that. Listen, they can get rid of as many immigrants as they want, and we want them to. But everybody keeps saying we're next. No, we were first. So when they step to us again, and we know, listen, they got weaker, family. They're not even strong. They got weaker. Those little incels, those little weird looking, funny looking YT dudes that join with look at the dude leading the YT nationalist movement now. The dude on that little what's that dude's name? He drives around in these mobile homes and went to go see Carmelo Anthony's spot, and he just looks weird. He's a little short, little YT. Like you could smack him. You can hit him with a fly swatter like we do the Africans, and they're not even gonna get up. They're not doing nothing. They can threaten us as much as they can with WMDs, with pew-pews and all this stuff. Listen, they're not gonna be. Listen, we did it before in the Dismal Swamp. We'll do it again. They may try to step, and if they ever do, we're gonna be here waiting on them, and we're gonna be ready. We're mobilizing now. We're getting on code. We're standing on business. We're making changes. We're about to do another big boycott that's going to make listen. When we do this boycott, listen. Don't be surprised if you hear Africans crying. Don't be surprised if you say stop, nigga, please, nigga, we give up, nigga. Don't be surprised.
Silly too much. That way.
We stand on business. We stand all the way on business, and we take. Listen, if the goal is to take money out of that community, we're gonna do it. We're gonna do it.
So about that, let me say this: if you are African and you want to align with the with the black, with the FBA, and you go in those African shops, you ask them, like, why aren't there any Black Americans working in here? You take the money out of their community, but you don't put it back. You don't hire the youth or whomever around the store who actually spending their money in there.
Very interesting. I've been to a lot of African stores, especially in America as well. I only see like old ladies working there and stuff. I don't see like young people.
Yep, ask them the questions. Actually, if you go in any store that is not where you don't see that is an ethnic store or whatever store you go into, ask them, do you hire from the community? Why aren't there no Black kids here or people?
But the question is, like, would people want to work there?
Whoever needs a job. They say we lazy, we don't want to work, but you won't hire us, but you take the money of the people that are working outside of this store.
Who said you guys are lazy?
A lot of Africans say we're lazy. A lot of people outside of us.
Wow.
More educated than us. They think
that's such a different image from what we see in Africa, though. You know, just letting you guys know. That's so crazy. They say that.
Well, that's maybe in Algeria. That's very common amongst, you know.
Listen. To be truthful, all they see on television is Black American greatness. If you look at the shows that come out since the 2000s, how are they showing us? They're not showing us. See, I can say the 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s. I can say the movies back then. They can say, "Oh man, Black people were down bad." But we're talking about the late 90s, right? Early 2000s and on. All you see is Black American excellence. So if they're saying anything, they're saying, "Man, I want to be these guys. They're the coolest, most successful Black people they ever known in their life."
That's how I see it.
So when they push the narrative, on TV they make y'all look like, that's a lie. When they push the narrative, they told us not to deal with y'all because that's a lie, family.
No, it's not. I have to disagree with you, brother.
We know what their parents are telling. Listen to what I'm saying. We know what their parents
Boys in the Hood. They see South Central. They see all of those back in the day.
How old is Boys in the Hood? How old is Boys in the Hood? I remember what I said. I said late 90s,
20 to 30 years.
Exactly.
Right. So
they haven't been seeing that stuff for a long time. All they've been seeing.
When was the last time you watched TV?
Excellent.
When was the last? What do you think is going on in Africa, man? People have cable. People have this. People are going back and forth. What? Like,
worst of us over there.
This guy's lost. Anyways, Monique, listen. I had a quick question. I just wanted to know. Earlier, you had said that Africans are always saying Black Americans are lazy. How many Africans personally have you heard say that?
A lot of them.
No. Come on, let Monique ask. I said, how many Africans personally has she heard say that with her own ears?
Multitude. Liberians, Somalians, Nigerians, Congolese, Kenyans, a multitude. I'm in Minnesota. I'm surrounded by a lot of people from different
Somalians. You're surrounded by
Minnesota.
I'm surrounded by what now?
Somalians.
Absolutely.
You say you're from Minnesota. You're surrounded by Somalians.
I am.
So I really don't know. I'm not really familiar with a lot of Somalians, but
Absolutely.
Also, if you say you've heard it, I guess.
Yes. Let me tell you why. Because I integrated with them. I have I have two Nigerian cousins. I used to date Somalians, Nigerians, Liberians.
Okay.
So yeah, a lot of them.
And they say that about like Black Americans are lazy.
Yes, and they say you have all of this. Why aren't you guys at the top? They don't understand that there were
that's crazy. That's crazy that we say that because even back home we know like the systematic oppression going on with African Americans in America. I mean Black America, sorry, in America. You know, like it's crazy that someone would say that if they don't see the same getting done to them being African, they also should feel some sort of discrimination in any way they go, in any institute they reach. You know,
so like I said, I'm in Minnesota right now. Somalians are going through they're going through something because we have a Somalian congresswoman, right?
Yeah.
There's a lot of people in position that are Somalian, and like there's a lot of mayors that are Nigerian. The mayor of Brooklyn Center and Brooklyn Park, Nigerian. Anywho, they're going through something because they just got caught doing a whole lot of fraud. $400 million, I believe. They got caught with this feeding program. They're getting caught in home care, healthcare fraud, lunch programs, autism treatment centers, daycares. They're getting caught with a whole lot of stuff up here. So they're going through something. They're starting to flee. Somebody got caught several years ago leaving MSP Terminal 1 with over $100,000 in cash. That was going back to North Somalia. So, yeah, I'm up here with everybody. There's not an ethnic group probably in the world that is not here.
That's interesting. It's very interesting, honestly.
But we can't never be in denial about, what you think that somebody is
Very
not
interesting.
doing, because we all have experienced. Even me, I would go in the braiding salon and they were saying, "Oh, Black Americans lie, Black Americans steal." And one of the girls had parked her car on their property, and she told them, "I'm going to be back to get my car. Please don't call anybody to tow." So they told her, she said, "My car, I asked you to hold my car
Oh, you getting the call?
away," and instead of kind of holding it on the parking lot, she came to get her hair braided and her car just broke down on their parking lot. And instead of them just holding it for her till she came back, she was telling them, "Hey, I left my car here, and why did you all get it towed?" They was like, "Oh, you didn't leave it there. You didn't." I mean, they were arguing back and forth with her and got her car towed. So I've seen and heard a lot of stuff when I go into braiding shops. They laugh, they say stuff in other languages and stuff like that, thinking that the ones who know how to speak the language, they kind of understand and, know what they're saying and kind of, get into it with them about it. But, for me, I don't, for the protesting or boycotting the braiding salons, it's for me, it's to show them that this is the power we have when it comes to spending power. Now, for delineation, I think that should be up to the government and Congress to put it in writing to separate ourselves. Because the problem comes in with them, because they should have put that on application. They should have changed it for them to make that option without having a confusion. And that's why I think that comes in. It change the applications, change everything, so they won't have nobody can say I didn't know.
And listen, hold on, honey. Hold on, honey. Hold on. Lot of going on in the background. So listen, family. I don't accept that they've never seen black excellence and what they've been saying in their country. They seen Michael Jackson, they seen Beyonce, they seen Jay-Z, they seen nothing but black excellence all their life. I don't care. Listen, they can't blame it on a couple. Those are movies. And guess what? If they seen black people in the movies, those black people are getting to the bread. You understand what I'm saying? They're getting to the bread. All they've seen their whole life is black people doing phenomenal things. And they're just haters. Just call it what it is. They've been hating on us in silence, behind closed doors. And now they just felt, because they got social media, that they can jump out on social media and do the same thing and keep hating. That's all it is. All we've ever showed them was black excellence. We got ball players. They can look at our sports, our athletes. We get to the money. They can look at our businesses. FUBU. We get to the money. You can go down to Atlanta and see nothing but foundational black Americans. Now, I hear the dynamic has changed a little bit. But for the most part, foundational black Americans in big houses getting to the money. Sidney Poitier, well, I think he was from the Bahamas. But still, we were getting to the money. They're idol. They all love Tupac. When I go to Africa, I've seen so many buses with Tupac, 50 Cent, all that on their buses. Listen, all they've seen is black excellence, black liberation, and black excellence. They're just hating, family. The ones that come over here, they're just haters. That is what it is. I don't believe they're fair. I don't believe them when they say, "Oh, we were taught this." Black. I don't know. They came here and they made a choice. They said, "We are going to side with YT because that's the dominant society, and we want to make money." That's all. They bought into the buffer class. They know what they are. But they know they're a buffer class, and they're proud to be the buffer class because they want the money. They're haters. They want the money, and they're willing to practice anti-black hate, just like all these other ethnic groups, and we cannot give them a pass. So again, this is the blackout month. Or it can start now. It's definitely starting in August. And I'm gonna say it like this, family. If they don't shut up, we just continue with the blackout. We need to do 381 days of blackout.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
So do you think, like, this is just my opinion, I don't know. Like when Martin Luther King, like they actually, went to Congress to kind of change laws and policies for us. So I think, to me, I honestly think we need the backing. We actually need the backing of Congress to make this stuff pop off. If we want to delineate, we have to make Congress stand on business, or anybody that passes policies say, here, this is what you are, this is what they are. And I think that's the only way they're going to get it, unless it's in Congress. And if somebody say on national TV, this is what you are, this is what, because by us keep on telling them, they're not getting it. It's like we keep telling them and telling them and telling them, and they are not getting it. And sometimes Congress, when they say, hey, we're going to start doing this, then everybody in America has to follow suit. So I think, it has to change, and Congress be written in Congress for them to do this.
Let me tell you how that's going to change, and it will change. And it's going to take some time to change. Our Congress has been infiltrated. It's full of tethers. It's not full of us. It's full of them, and we know it. So here, all we got to do, listen, is we have to be proactive, not reactive. We can't expect them to stop clicking Black or African American when it benefits them to do that. It benefits them to do that. That's why they do it. When you type in Black businesses, what do you think is going to pop up? A bunch of their business, and they know it. What we got to do is attack that other box and write in foundational Black American. That's what we got to do. So we got to write it in so much so that everybody be like, man, what? Nobody. First of all, foundational Black American is mainstream right now. Everybody know. If you don't know about it, you done heard something about it. I still get some people that trickle in and be like, what is FBA? But some of them are troll, and some of that is they're genuine. They really don't know. But it's mainstream now. It's on Wikipedia. You can Google it, and it's going to tell you, hey, this is what foundational Black American, this is where we got the term from, so on and so forth. So there are movie stars. No, people in high society understand what FBA is. The movie Sinners. The guy that wrote and directed the movie Sinners, he identifies as a foundational Black American. I think his name Ryan Coogler or something like that. He identifies as a foundational Black American. So it's out there, and it's going to.
Can I say one thing now? When I went on FAFSA to do my loan for schooling, and this was a shock to me because this was the first time, there's government. So I went on there. And it says Black American / African American, and down below that it has the countries. It has the countries, all African countries, and then it has Jamaica and Haiti. So I'm seeing the change right before my eyes. So I think the government is catching up to.
Are you in California?
I'm in Texas.
Okay,
But
they have that in California already.
So I mean, that was strange to see because I've never saw that before.
Yeah, it's coming. It's starting to happen because they know that we're making a push for that. And I'm still saying we need to attack that other box, because I'm still saying a lot of them are just going to check that Black and African American box, especially the first, second generation, because we're realizing that they don't want to identify with Africa. That's the truth. They only want to identify with Africa when it's convenient for them. They only want to identify with Black when it's convenient for them. They would rather a vague term like Black American exist so they can all check that box. We just saw a 22-year-old woman on this live, and what does she identify as? A Black American. And she is
African American.
Yeah, she identifies African American. And she is obviously not us. She's not us.
Can I say something?
We have to be proactive in that. I'm saying we attack that other box and force them to make the change all the way around. They need to put a specification just for us, whether it's Foundational Black American, whether it's Freedmen. Shoot, I'll even go with copper color. But they need to put our designation down, and not in no vague term as Black or African American. They need to do away with the term African American completely, as far as I'm concerned. Go ahead.
That's exactly right, because they'll ask you how you identify your pronouns. Why not say that? Why not? How do you identify yourself ethnically?
That's a very good point.
I say something. How about like the Latinos, right? That they all group themselves as Latinos, even though they're from Spain as well, Portugal.
A lot of a lot of these Latinos call themselves YT.
I know. Yeah, I've also heard about that before. But in their own community, they all call themselves the Latino community, and they include Dominicans, Cuban, Puerto Ricans, Brazilians as well.
Here's another thing about the Latino community. They exclude Mexicans. Or Mexicans exclude themselves or delineated themselves. They're very tribal in that community. All these Latinos, the Cubans don't necessarily get along with the Puerto Ricans. The Puerto Ricans don't get along with the Mexicans. The El Salvadorans don't get along with other groups. They don't like to be called. So that word Latino, they use that a lot. But if you want to know what they classify themselves on documents, it's always going to be YT. Go ahead, honey. You got a loud background, honey. You got a loud background.
I am so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm trying to get ready for therapy for my children. Sorry.
Go ahead.
I wanted to talk about when you guys were someone said something about us being lazy. That really hit me hard. I am FBA. I am doing my going through my
genealogy.
DNA. I don't really believe in that. We're going through the DNA, so I'm going through the DNA. My genealogy right now. Somebody has me back. Oh, there we go. I'm going through the genealogy right now. I know I'm from. I don't know if you need me to prove it. Some.
No, just where's your family from? Where's your family from?
Well, I'm from Northwest Indiana, and so is my mom and dad, and then my grandparents are, and then my great grandparents from Mississippi, and on the father's side, Alabama, and that's where I'm stuck from before then.
Okay. So what do you want
to track before then?
Okay. What do you want to add to the conversation? I understand you're going through your genealogy, you said, right? Your genealogy?
Yeah. But from the conversation, the lazy stuff hit me. So
do you think Foundational Black Americans are lazy? Do you think we're lazy?
No. So I started a business about that type of stuff.
Okay.
With that type of stuff. But no, absolutely not. We're not lazy.
Yeah, I know me personally, I'm not lazy. I know my father, he wasn't lazy. I'm trying to, brothers even on the corner, hanging on the corner. If you get into the money, you can't be lazy. So I don't know where they get this lazy from, because maybe they're looking at all the drunks hanging out on the corner, tipping and sipping. Okay, that's a small group of us. That's a small,
literally a very small group. Yeah.
That's like less than 10% of the population that's doing that. So who is lazy? Because all I see is brothers with jobs, brothers with 2 jobs, brothers with kids. They got to pay their child support. I mean, who's lazy?
Yeah, I mean, so usually I want to hear you out, honey. So I want to hear you out. So is it possible you can like go somewhere we can speak up a little bit? And I know you said you're getting ready for therapy and you can't really like give us everything that you got right now.
Right.
So if you can just I wanted you to get all of it out, but we also want to be able to hear you.
Listen, yeah, I'll probably listen and probably come back or something at another time, something like that.
Okay, no problem. You're welcome anytime to come to the platform. You're welcome anytime.
Okay.
Too much. I wanted to say it. I wanted to say it now. So if we could just mute for a second so she can get it out.
Go ahead. If she wants to, go ahead.
No, I could just listen in the background because I am a little bit busy going getting them ready. So
okay, yep, get ready. No problem. Just come back another time. You're welcome anytime.
All right, thank you too much.
You're welcome.
Thanks, Monique.
User, go ahead and unmute your mic. User, not coffee. User.
Yo.
User, go ahead and unmute your mic, user.
What's up?
User, unmute your mic. Yeah, I don't know. I don't like trolls. I don't like that.
Something I wanted to say was like, let's say, for example, a couple of days ago, I think there was a guy, I don't know if it was Florida or something, somewhere obviously it was in America. This cop punches his window, like breaks his window and pulls the brother out of the car. He broke his teeth, by the way. Let's say, for example, like, would you ask yourself, oh, where is he from? Or like before you any sort of type of way about it?
First of all, we've never done that. Botham Jean, he was Haitian, and we stood on business for him. And then we saw what he did. He hugged the oppressor. His family hugged the oppressor. Wow. His family took the money that we helped donate, that we donated, right?
Are you serious?
And then they started a Caribbean fund. These were Black Americans spending their money. These were Black Americans looking out for these people. And they took the money that we donated to and started a Caribbean fund.
Wait, so the black guy that got punched and dragged out the car is not like a FBA. He's Haitian.
No. We don't know. I'm not talking about him. I'm talking about Botham Jean. Botham Jean is another incident. This was when he got unalived by a police officer in his house by a YT policewoman.
Yeah.
He just walked in there and pew-pewed him.
That he was dating.
He was dating that officer? Monique?
Yeah. And she said she was confused about who he was coming in her house.
But they were dating. Oh, and she decided, okay, well, see, there you go. So she unalived that dude and as a police officer, and she got text messages with her using the N-word.
Wow.
Messages back and forth of her being anti-Black.
Wait, what? Like, what is she? Like, what's the officer? Like, what's her race?
She's YT.
Ah.
She pew-pewed him, and that makes sense now that she was dating him. That's why she pew-pewed him in his own house and tried to act like it was something else. And then they went and hugged her. The family embraced her. And we as Foundation of Black Americans, we don't do that. We don't embrace our oppressors. Like, we don't do that. We don't bring up YT people and say, see, YT people aren't racist and hug and kiss on them. That's what this Caribbean woman did. See, not all white. We don't do that. We don't put the cape on like that. We know there are good YT people. We know there are bad YT, but you're never going to see us put the cape on and put them on social media like, see, there are good white people, and kiss on them and hug them. And the dude's looking like he didn't even want to touch that Caribbean lady. Well, he allowed her to do it. And, I mean, we don't do that. And then they started a Caribbean fund. So when we see injustice, we have a heart and we stand on business. But guess what? Now we're going to start doing? We're going to start saying, hey, that's your community. Hold your own nuts.
I see. But I was talking about
the rally behind it and stand on business for your own people, because we've been doing it for all Black people, and none of them have been doing it for us. There hasn't been a Haitian population or a Caribbean population or African population that said, oh, man, we're going to rise up for our brothers that are mistreating Black Americans. No. Y'all watch it on the sidelines. They watch it.
Really? From what I seen, because I have a lot of friends in America that obviously were born in Africa, go there. They were participating in the BLM protest everywhere I was seeing on the Instagram.
BLM wasn't enough. BLM was co-opted by three studs, three LGBTQ community women, and the Democratic Party, and they got all this money, and they didn't spend none of that money in the Black community. None of that money. And these three LGBT women were not even foundational Black Americans. They were Caribbeans. That's what they do. They stand on business when it benefits them. They got a whole lot of money out of it, and we got nothing out of it.
Okay, then I feel like there needs to be a face for the FBAs. There needs to be a proper face. So, like, let's say I want to support FBA business, I go there and say, so give me a list of the businesses so I could purchase from whenever I'm in America. Things like that.
Well, I'm one of them. MuchoArt.com. You can go there and you get FBA gear. You can get FBA T-shirts. I'm coming out with some jeans real soon. I'm looking for something. I only want to pull out quality. My shirts, my stuff is not going to fade. None of that stuff. I already had one lady purchase a whole bunch of stuff. She's been my poster child, man. She's been out here letting people know, hey, man, I got some drip for y'all. I got some tennis shoes too that I'm working on. I have my music, Too Much for TV, and I have another album called FBA Only. That's on all major streaming platforms. You can buy it on Amazon and any of these major streaming platforms. Okay. Also, FBAcoin.org. FBA Coin, that's our own cryptocurrency. We're just building up the liquidity fund for that. That's all we're doing. It's already minted, family. It's already ready to go. And listen, family, we're going to raise about $5 billion. Watch. We're going to raise about $5 billion. I'm in the process of looking at starting a nonprofit for it, and I'm in the process of starting a for-profit for it. So we're going to have a foundational Black American nonprofit, which is going to be for the education and the schooling pieces, because a lot of our people, we need to be homeschooling our children. We need to have FBA curriculum infused in our educational system.
I support that 100%. Wow.
We need to have our own history told by us, infused in our own system. So we're going to start a nonprofit to do that, and then we're going to have a for-profit. The for-profit side is going to be tech. We need more Black people in tech, blockchain, AI, UI developers, FBA coin is going to be a part of that, smart contracts. We need to do everything on the blockchain, family. That is our system. That is our freedom. We move everything to the blockchain. They cannot steal our information. They cannot take our patents from us. We just have to build this system. So those are the two things I'm doing. There's a number. We need to go back to the Green Book, family. We need to reestablish the Green Book and put all foundational Black American business. No, we cannot open it up to Africans and Caribbeans. It's just our people. Because the moment we just use words like Black and African American, those are going to get co-opted, and they're going to start putting African American so they can get on our business sites and we can start spending money with them, and they can siphon those dollars to Africa. We cannot allow that. We are pan-Black Americans. We're here to build up the Black American community. And that's it. And if y'all don't if other groups can't understand that or feel that, I don't know what to tell them, man. I don't know what to tell them, man. Listen, you're just a hater at this point. If you don't understand that we're trying to do something for ourselves and that does not include everybody else, and you have a problem with that, the problem's with you, not with us. We're just standing on business for us. Y'all need to stand on business for y'all. So no, you can't be a part of our Green Book. No, you can't be a part of our foundational Black American economy. You cannot touch our $1.7 trillion. We're going to siphon that money back into our community. And one of the ways we're going to do that is with the FBA coin, which is designed to keep money in the Black community. Also, we're going to start supporting Black businesses. Start with mine. MuchoArt.com has nothing to do with Hispanic. It's just to play off my name too much. MuchoArt, MuchoArt.com. FBAcoin.org, FBAcoin.org. And then my music, Too Much for TV. The album's out right now. It's hot. Y'all need to listen to it. I need to get to 100,000 streams like yesterday. How about that? Get me to 100,000 streams. And everything I do, family, everything I do, I'm going to start giving the family things and little trinkets and things like that. I do a lot of stuff for free, but I'm going to start adding a little donation piece to that. Only not because I need the money, because I don't, but only because we have to build the liquidity pool. Everything I'm doing, even my business, MuchoArt.com, even my music, I'm siphoning money. Listen, I built the coin myself and put my own money into it. It wasn't cheap to do what I did. I believed in it so much. I didn't ask for outside help. I just did it myself and put my own money into it. So now I'm gonna start doing things with a donation side to it. I'm not gonna tell you how much to give, but it's gonna be some type of donation you're going to give, whether it's $1, whether it's $5, whether it's $20, however much you want to give, but that money's going to go into building the liquidity for the FBA coin. We got to build it. The goal is $5 billion now. It was $500,000, It was 1 million. But that's not. But if we want a strong coin, if we want something that's going, if we want to do something that's going to be excellent, that showcases foundational Black American and who we are, and we need our bank to be fully established. And part of the nonprofit side of that is so we can funnel money to the for-profit side of that, so we can build up the liquidity pool for the FBA coin. I want to start stepping to churches. I want to start stepping to organization. I'm even going to step to the political party. If you really believe in foundational Black Americans, you really believe in our community, here's where you can donate right now. Build up our liquidity pool. I want that money. Put it in the liquidity pool. Let's release it to the family. Let's build our wealth. Let's build our communities. Let's have our own decentralized bank. Let's have a way where we can have our own emergency relief funds for when our people get in trouble. Let's give out microloans to our people so we can start building businesses. Let's have a lobbying piece where we can lobby these Congress and political people to put in lineage-based policies. That's what we need to do. And all of it's going to be fully transparent. I know y'all don't know me, but I ain't never scammed nobody a day in my life. I don't plan on relocating to no other country. I'm here trying to build up the foundational Black American community, and we're going to do it all legal. So it looks clean, so it looks proper, so it looks professional, so y'all can trust it, so y'all can feel good about something that foundational Black Americans are doing. Everything we do is with greatness anyway. Everything we do, we put our whole spirit. Nobody sings like us. Nobody moves like us. Nobody really conducts business like us, because we put our whole energy into it. And that's what I'm doing. I'm putting my whole energy into it. I'm putting my money where my mouth is. I'm going out there and I'm a doer, not just a talker. I can talk it, but I definitely can walk that talk. And that's what I'm showing my people. That's what I'm here to do. I'm here for y'all to watch this platform as it builds, however slow, however fast it builds, and however long it lasts. I'll always be on YouTube. I'll always be on Twitter, but I don't know how long I'll be on TikTok. But however long people search for me and look for me, y'all gonna see the growth in the things that I've done. I'm showing you what I'm doing. I'm not just telling you what to do. And that's it. That's where we're at.
Support that 100% all the way. You know, I feel like for sure, like especially when I came to America, Black people have been very disrespected by each and everyone. Which is true, and I don't like seeing that going forward. I feel like maybe this blackout could create some sort of huge respect for the FBA. You know what I'm saying? Huge respect for them, and you know, look into hopefully opening business with other people as well too pretty soon. For what I want is respect for the, you know, for the Black community in the United States of America. This is what I want personally, because everyone deserves the respect they get. Just because someone, they will use the obviously, you know, the quote unquote slave background and try to bring someone down mentally. That is the most like the most stupid way to talk to someone. That's how you know someone doesn't have any common sense when they start going there, because that doesn't mean nothing. They call you guys lazy, but you guys gave the white people in America 500 years of free labor. Would you call that lazy? I don't think so. I don't think that's goddamn lazy. Oh, it really annoys me, because it's not just like, you know, people in general. It's like you see comment sections. They're just so blatantly, openly racist, and TikTok allows it, and which it triggers me to some point, because I just don't like social media anymore, because people are just so nasty for no apparent reason at all. I just don't like.
I'll tell you what, and after the, you know, slavery and Jim Crow, during Jim Crow, we were building, we had like Black Wall Street in several different places, Greenwood, Rosewood, everywhere. Okay, so we were at banks, like you said. We had in 1918, I believe it was.
I think it was like a Black economy going on. There was only Black
Absolutely, there were several Black economies.
Yeah.
And we had
people with the first. When y'all seen people with automobiles, we were one of the first people to have automobiles in the neighborhood. Them poor white folks wasn't doing that.
50 years out of
driving. They weren't driving nothing.
And they were jealous, and they went and burnt it all down. And that really triggers me today. Like, how the hell doesn't Black Americans have reparation for all that nonsense that the government allowed happen. That's the part that really triggers me.
The government not only
I think we
allowed,
gotta
but
stop.
ordered
We
it.
gotta stop calling it reparations, because at the end of the day, it's really not reparations. It's our inheritance.
Inheritance, yes.
Immigrants come over here. You guys are gaining access to our inheritance that America has stolen from us, and it's pretty much sitting on top of. They're sitting on all of our trillions of dollars through banks, through infrastructure. They're not giving it to us. They trickle it out little by little through programs and grants and things like that. That's our money. And so at the end of the day, at the very least, I've lost a lot of respect for the immigrant community, because I felt like if I was an immigrant and I knew American history and I knew that black people were the ones that fought for all these rights and for brown people and black people to have a space where they can thrive and go to college and build businesses, I would have so much respect for those people when I come to their country. And it's the fact that a lot of immigrants are subservient to white supremacy and want to have proximity to white people because they feel like that's the goal. That is the goal to reach the American dream,
which is not,
to be in proximity
wrong
in a white tea neighborhood and to be promoted by their white tea manager to the CEO. A lot of Africans specifically, no offense, but a lot of Africans come here and complain and say, well, the reason we're coming here is because the Western world has done this and that. But when they come over here, they participate in this Western economy and they do all the things and aspire to have all the things just like any average American. So that excuse to me is not even valid anymore. But yeah, this is an inheritance that we have, and everyone feels the right that because you know when people go to China, they don't treat the Chinese demographics like this. When they go to Russia, they don't treat the Russian demographics the way they treat us. People treat us this way because you feel as if our country doesn't support us. You feel as if you see our country kicking us when we're down, and you say, well, you know what? We can come in and we can disrespect them too because America doesn't have their back. Their government doesn't have their back. And so all of y'all, all these immigrants, no offense, this is my personal opinion, all of y'all will be judged. And judgment is coming for everyone right now at this moment. We're living in the times of revelation that the Bible speaks of, and judgment. And like in the Bible, it says God will prepare a table for us, for his children in front of his enemies. And at that time that he prepares that table for us, our enemies are going to draw swords at us and prepare to attack the children of Israel. And I feel like we're living in those times right now where our blessing, our table is being prepared in front of everyone. And that's why we're seeing all these immigrant communities coming at us, because for once they're wondering, well, why is everyone being punished but the black man? The black man has always been punished first. He's always been crucified first. But now we're getting ICE coming to our jobs, and all these other black and brown communities who believe that they were model minorities, now they're being punished, and they're mad because we are the ones who've always been the foundation of crucifixion and sacrifice and abuse. And it's not happening right now because God is in control. And what y'all don't understand is that our government is not in power of the black man. Our government is not in control of our divinity. And so as y'all rat race to be accepted by the devil, because all of y'all want to sit down and have dinner with the devil, and you don't realize that he's preparing dessert and your head is on the menu. Your head is on the menu for dessert. What? And we haven't done anything to harm you guys. We don't have to draw a sword to you because our silence, us stepping back out of this world and focusing on our people and focusing on our community and delineating from this situation it's going to harm you in itself, because now there's no buffer between you and the devil. So you have to continue to, mediate with the devil that you chose to have dinner with, because it will come for you. And for all the immigrants that are listening, just understand that this so-called paradise that you think you've migrated to, as you've migrated into a burning house that's been at war for a very long time, because white Americans and black Americans have never settled peacefully in this house. We've never got along in this house. We've been fighting since day one. They've been fighting to keep our inheritance, and we've been fighting for our inheritance since day one. So as y'all continue to migrate into this burning house and into this war zone, just understand that you will have to have your own back. And at the end of the day, when we're not the buffer, you will have to mediate with the devil. You will have to prove yourself to the devil and prove to him why you are not worthy of a sacrifice, because he's coming for you. And we're just not standing in the way anymore. We're not taking the bullets anymore. We're not being your shields anymore. We're being swords for our community. We're no longer being shields for migrants who never been shields for us. So that's what's happening. It's not reparations. It's an inheritance. And all things are seen under God's eyes and the witnesses that are watching down on this earth right now. And it will come to pass that everything will be restored. And just remember the side that you stood on. Just remember the side that you guys have stood on for the last 60 years.
I bet.
What's another coming to, standing on the carpet? Every other generation has the FAFO.
Yes.
Every other one. And next day, I heard I had to get off the platform. Had been on and off and came back, and this young guy was saying that our generation, Gen X, let the flame go out. No, we didn't let the flame go out after like the Black Panthers got need.
I'm Gen X. What you talking about?
Yeah, we didn't let the flame go out. What they did was set a lot of different smaller wildfires that we had to fight those fires. We didn't let the big fire go. We fought a whole lot of fires at that time. We didn't.
Listen up, family. Listen, Gen X, we passing the torch. We passing the flame. Listen, this is what I truly believe. And brother, I almost muted you when you came in, but I'm glad I didn't. You came with some real game, and I appreciate. I think the comments, everybody appreciates that. But let me tell you something about Gen X, man. Listen. We are passing the baton, and it's going to be hot when we pass it. It's not going to be cold. It's not going to be on the ground. You're not going to have to pick it up, dust it off, and you're not going to be left behind when we pass the torch. You're going to be able to be in the hunt when we pass this torch. So you better thank God for Generation X right now, because we're the only ones really keeping this thing going. And we see y'all young ones coming up, and we know y'all are ready. But let me tell you what I believe. Whatever devil we don't kill, or we don't unalive, you're gonna have to defeat. And we are out here trying to defeat most of them devils for you. We're trying to give y'all the inheritance that y'all deserve and the head start that y'all need. I do not believe in I believe in passing down inheritance. If you're not passing down your children an inheritance, you are doing a disservice to your family and to your lineage. You need to give them something. It doesn't always have to be money. Now, there should be money included, but it doesn't have to be just money. You need to pass them down an inheritance of standing on business, of this Black consciousness, of the true history of Black American people and where we come from. We are not Africans. We are born here from the soil. We are indigenous to at least the United States. Some of us know that we go back way farther than that, but we are indigenous to at least the United States. Before there was a United States, we were here. So we need to teach the true history, pass this stand on business mentality where you don't take no crap. You need to have belief in yourself. Without belief in yourself, you cannot do anything. Listen, if you don't believe in yourself, you will accept crumbs.
Bless you.
If you don't believe in yourself, you will accept crumbs. Crumbs are for bums. Get as nasty, as dirty as that may sound, you need to get that in your children's head. Get that into your head. We do not accept crumbs. We don't want crumbs off nobody's table. Maybe immigrants will accept the crumbs. We don't accept crumbs. We work hard for everything we get. We are the epitome of what working hard looks like. We are the epitome of what Black excellence and what Black success is. And we've proven it time over time over time over time. And we're going to still do it. And Generation X, we are leading the way. I want y'all to hear me. Generation X is leading the way. And when we pass this baton, listen, a lot of us are ready to be unalive for what we believe in. I'm one of those people. I'm ready to push this thing as far as it goes. I don't care what happens. I'm not afraid. And when I walk into, when I meet my expected end, I'll be dining at Valhalla, telling my war stories with all the war generals of what I've done on this earth. That's what I'm gonna be doing. You understand what I'm saying? I'll be in heaven with the angels, with the righteous ones. They'll be clapping, they'll be applauding because I listened to the ancestors. I stood on business. I have no skeletons in my closet. I am free to be used for my people, by my people. I'm not looking for YT money to get anywhere I want. If I'm going to be rich or successful, it's going to come from my lineage and from my people. And I'm building something that's going to last generations. Even when I'm gone, it's going to be here. That's what I'm doing. And that's what we all need to do. We all got to pick a stance. You know what you're good at. You know what your superpower is already. If you're a Gen X, you already know what your superpower is. It's time that you operate in your superpower and you do that thing and you do it for your people. That's it. And when we pass this baton to the millennials, when we pass this baton to what's the other group called? There's so many of y'all now. There's so many.
Gen Z.
Gen Z. When we pass
Millennials and Gen Z.
baton to the millennials and the Gen Z, this baton is going to be hot like fire. It's going to have coal on it. You better be able to hold it. You better be able. It's going to be so hot. It's going to be a hot potato. It's going to be ready for you to be like.
And I'm saying this.
You take it because it's going to be that hot because we're going to put so much smoke on that thing. We're going to put so much work on that thing. The system that we're building for y'all, that's going to be here for y'all, that y'all are going to be able to benefit from. Let me tell you, man, it's going to be phenomenal. Don't misuse it. Don't give it back to the. Don't sell whatever we create in this time. Don't you sell it back to the dominant society. Don't you give it back to the dominant society. You hold on to it. You keep it. You continue putting in the work because this is for your children. This is for our people. You make sure this thing gets passed down in perpetuity. I'm giving y'all the FBA Constitution. I'm giving y'all so much game, man. Do not allow it to be infiltrated by outside groups. You keep it.
And understand this. This is coming from the W room. This is coming from this is the game plan coming from the W room. So when we passing this baton, it's hot. Not because it's burnt out or burning out. It's hot because it's still it's an internal flame, and you got to go take it out there. You got to go take it out there and set that line. You know
building a system that all you got to do is maintain. I'm okay with being the seed. I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm okay with not getting any recognition or anything like that. I'm okay with being the seed because I understand what's needed. Our ancestors were the seed, and now we must be the seed again for the next generation. And some of y'all millennials and some of y'all Gen Z, y'all gonna have to be seeds. It is what it is. But we're gonna pass you the baton, and the fruit that it's gonna bear is gonna be amazing, phenomenal.
My question is,
I mean, because I feel like if we don't, we're going to witness the end of an era.
Yes,
honestly. I mean, and I feel like the era.
We are in a renaissance right now, family.
We're in a renaissance, and I think a lot of Black people, to be honest, Black Americans specifically, are tired of feeling like suppressed heroes. I feel like we have everything this world needs.
Absolutely.
We built America up to inspire the entire world. We got destiny swapped by the white supremacists who then integrated with our community, stole our ideas, stole our art, stole our style, siphoned off of everything we were, and then they opened it, and then we fought for a justice. They didn't want us to be equal to them because they know they owe us our inheritance, and they don't want anyone equal to them. America doesn't want to have a burden. And they hate the fact that they have a burden with us. And that's one of the reasons why they suppress Black America, for all the people who don't know, is because they know they owe us something. So they're hoping that we just give up mentally, emotionally. We just die out because that burden is a lot for America to carry. So it's easier for them to open the doors for immigrants who will work for less money, who will take the shit that they talk to them, who will bow down to them. And at the end of it, they don't owe y'all nothing. So it's easier for them to give y'all the keys to the kingdom, because it's just like cheap labor, you know what I'm saying? And so at the end of the day, I'm just tired of feeling like we have it all through God, through the blessings of God, through physical, mental, spiritual. We come together as a community like no other people in this entire country. Sometimes I wonder if we're being tested. Like, is this entire life cycle just a test for us to wake up and come together as a people to do what we need to do to restore ourselves? Because when I look around, all I see are these, as far as immigrants, are people who look like us that are obedient, submissive, subservient, and worship the white man. And we will never make progress with people like that. So we have to raise our kids to be more aware of the world, to push them to be the doctors and the lawyers and the police officers. So we have to push the next generation to be the leaders of the community. Because if we don't, these people are going to come in here looking like us, that are really just mascots for white supremacy, and they're going to change the entire environment in this entire world, where no one's going to have an opportunity to fight for justice ever again. So we have to start now.
So there's a couple of things. Last Star, it was not a swap; it was a mimicry and a mirroring. They never were able to swap. They cannot, because you cannot touch you can't touch what God has already protected. You can't touch it. So it was mirroring and mimicry. Okay. And the next thing is some things, y'all, will have to be gatekept. I know we are coming out of the age of Aquarius and everything, information. Some things, y'all, have to be gatekept.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed.
What?
My other question was like, how would you guys seek like your inheritance? Like, how would you claim that? Because like, you know, someone's holding it, obviously. How would you get to that?
We would have to we would have to go back to our roots and the standards of the way we used to live, like our ancestors, like our elders, our grandparents, and circulate our money through our community. When we circulated our money through our community, no one can stop us, because what God has already written is going to be fulfilled. So there's no one that can come in between what God has already planned for us. Will we be destroyed? Some of us be destroyed during this process? Yes. Are we a destroyed people in a certain way today? Yes. Are we a damaged people? Yes. Look at what we've been through and look at how many centuries we've been going through it. Yeah, I'm surprised sometimes that we're even still here. The fact that Black Americans are still here talking on the TikTok today lets me know that God has a plan for us, because any other community would have been wiped out by now. But they can't wipe us out, and they don't want to wipe us out completely. They just want to control it and abuse us and minimize us, because they know that white people know in America that proximity to Black Americans is their safety. Their safety. Because whether y'all want to believe it or not, our government is very spiritual. It's a lot of witchery,
witchcraft, and propaganda. Let me say this real quick, not to cut you. And you're preaching, brother. Man, brother, I love the way you're talking, brother. Y'all better follow this brother right here, man. He's saying a lot of good things, man. I want y'all to understand, Babylon and Egypt is not a place; it's a system.
Exactly.
I want to wake you guys up real quick, okay? This is total recall, and you're having your awakening. Babylon and Egypt is a system. It has nothing to do with coordinates on a map. It's a system, family. And you got to come up out of the system. We are building a new system. A new system so y'all can thrive. It's called blockchain technology. Everybody needs to do their due diligence and get and figure out what the hell blockchain is and how it benefits us. We're going to start teaching courses on it. We're going to make it so you guys can understand. We're going to make it we're going to dumb it down so where 5-year-olds can understand what the blockchain is. But you need to understand what the blockchain is. That is the new system that we're all, even governments are moving over to this system. But we need to dominate and control this system. We cannot let them turn it into Babylon. We cannot let them turn it into Egypt. We cannot let them prostitute it and pimp it out. We have to control the decentralized function of that piece and use that for our group and our group specifically. We cannot worry about other groups at this time. We can't worry about what the Africans are going to do with it. We cannot worry about what the Caribbeans are going to do with it. We can't worry about what the Hispanics or the Indians or anybody else. We know what we can do with it, and we know once we put it in stone, no one can pull it out. Once we put it on the blockchain, it's forever. It's forever. I want you guys to understand that it's forever. So we need to understand it. That's where we're going to write our new language. That's where we're going to put. That's where we're going to put all our code. That's what we're going to get codified on. Is through the blockchain. It's a system. It's a liberating system. It's a system full of integrity. Okay. It's the only system that's full of it. That has the truest form of integrity attached to it. And you need to understand that. So family, understand this. We are building a system so you can, for lack of a better word, flee from the system that is killing us and destroying us and unaliving us and putting us at the bottom to a system that's going to free us, liberate us, and put us at the top. Because here's what we know as foundational Black Americans. Whenever they use the word fair, whenever they use the word justice, that is for our benefit, not theirs. That's for our benefit, not theirs. Because when the rules are clearly written out, when things are fair, when there is true justice, we benefit more than any other group. Why? Because we are the true people of righteousness. They are not. When you make everything fair, we seem to dominate fair. Am I right, family? We dominate when it's fair. When it's unfair, that's when they dominate. But when it's fair, we dominate. So we want to replace it with a system of justice and fairness, and that's how we win. Go ahead, 𝗖𝗁𝗏. Go ahead, 𝗖𝗁𝗏.
Can you guys hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, because this is my first time ever actually coming on somebody's live. So I'm always here. I am 44 years of age, and yes, I don't look it. You're going to watch my videos. I know somebody on the internet. You're going to watch my videos. No, I don't look 44. And yes, obviously, I am FBA. My name is 𝗔𝗶𝗴𝗵𝘁𝘀𝗀𝗶cie. That is Swahili for beautiful earth. So I used to be Pan-African. So y'all going to see my name 𝗔𝗶𝗴𝗵𝘁𝘀𝗀𝗵𝘁𝘀, and I'm not changing it because I'm still beautiful earth. What I want to say is that I literally watch all y'all lives, and I agree. My kids are not little, so my youngest baby is about to be 22 this year. So I'm grown as hell, right? Virginia born. I think that we are all saying the same things. I agree with all my people. So my granddaddy, my daddy's daddy, his name was Dirty Red. My mama's mama, so my mama's Little Maddie. My grandmother is Big Maddie, but we never called her Big Maddie. Some of us did, but we mostly called her Monto, which is Indian for mountain. I don't have the information to say that I am African, but a few years ago, I was Pan-African to death. And when I did my hood shit, right? Y'all call it genealogy. In Virginia, Norfolk, Virginia, on the map, not Virginia on the map. We've never been in Africa. And I feel like at my age, at 44, right? Because I'm the youngest of all my siblings. So my sister is 50. Baby, we are not African. We are who we are. And I never say too much on these panels because I think that some people are not even old enough to even say who the hell they think they should be. I remember going to school in the 80s. I just told y'all my age. We're not going to do it. I know I look 30. But baby, when I went to school, now that I thought I was smarter than my parents, baby, I came home and said, Mama, you know we from Africa? Baby, when I say I got the shit bit out of me, that was in the 80s. I'm young. I am literally young. I came home saying that I knew more than my parents because, yeah, we all heard the stories. We're not this, we're this. Baby, I went to school in Norfolk, Virginia. And yes, I'm saying Virginia. Baby, we're not those people. Man, I literally got my ass whooped and told to never say that shit again. Mind you, I was a child going to school in the 80s. I knew who I was, but they told me I was African. Now I went home to my daddy, whose daddy was a whole goddamn, literally, like nobody in Virginia thought that my granddaddy was anything other than Indian. But we didn't understand when they told us who he was. We thought that somebody told us in school who we was. We thought they was correct. I am 44 years old. I am the fuck in Virginia. This was never my family history. My kids, we always had the jokes back in like the early 2000s because I knew my family history. I just want to say that I be watching y'all and I'm loving the fact that like not just my history, like I got living relatives. We've never, like I'll never forget the day that I came back home and said I was from Africa. Some people won't know what I mean when I say I got a beating, but I got a beating for saying that I was African. I got an ass whooping for saying that I was African. And I didn't understand how. And I will just stop right there because I can't hear myself. I don't even know if y'all can hear me, but I got an ass whooping for saying that I was goddamn African while calling my grandmama Monto and my granddaddy Dirty Red. Well, I didn't call my granddaddy Dirty Red. Understand, I never called my that would be like calling your ancestors out their name. So I never acknowledged him as Dirty Red. That's just what everybody else called him. But to me, that was granddad. And no, we did not say granddad in the early 80s. We never called. I land. I'm so sorry because I think I was talking. I couldn't hear myself.
Yeah, we definitely can hear you.
Who the hell let me just talk that long? I'm so sorry, y'all.
It's okay. Can you hear me, 𝗔𝗶𝗴𝗵𝘁𝘀𝗀𝗶? Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Yes. Okay. So, y'all could hear me. Oh, I was just talking. Y'all let me talk that long? Oh God, I'm so sorry, y'all.
Do you have any? Do you know anything about Jenkins, Jones, Virginia?
Yes. Actually, yes.
That's what my family's from. Jenkins, Jones, Virginia.
Stop lying on my. I know you're not lying. So when I say stop lying, we don't think nobody's lying. That's just our terminology. I don't think he's lying. So when I say stop lying, I just mean tell me some more for anybody in the background, because I am a certain age. I thought I was young. I didn't know that I was really like low-key a living ancestor with the answers. I didn't realize that my 45 years of age was an ancestor, but it is. And I think that anybody that's walking around thinking that you are African, if you were born like when I was born, if you was born when I was born and you got your ass into that school system in the 80s, because I was in the school system in the 80s, and you went back home and you told your parents, y'all lying, so my daddy used to say, yeah, them Indians, we them Indians, and I thought that my dad, rest in peace, right? He died 2 years ago. I thought that my dad could not talk English, American English. So when my dad used to say, them Indians, we Indians, my dad, so I'm in North Virginia. We call them Grambling boys. Them Grambling boys is your black Indians. Them Grambling boys. And I'm in North Virginia, so nobody don't even know what I'm talking about unless you're from Virginia. Them Grambling boys, yeah, my daddy's dad name was Dirty Red. And nobody never asked him if he was really Indian. We all knew that he was.
I feel like that was just like an understanding that we had as Black Americans growing up. My grandmother told us that too. And then I never met my great grandmother.
Did you ever go to school and try to correct your family when they was like Indian and you was like,
I never came home. I grew up in DC and I grew up in the DC Maryland area, and it was like an understanding. We never talked. We heard it as kids.
Yeah,
we never talked about it. We just kind of.
You know what I'm saying?
And my great grandmother had long white hair. She had 2 braids.
My hair's in locks now, right? So my hair didn't used to look like this. So I didn't know why we wore our hair.
But I do feel like Africans. I do feel like there were some Africans that were kidnapped from Africa and brought here, and
of course,
they enslaved them and camped them with Native.
Well, you can only hide against amongst the people that look like you. So if we all are saying that Black people and Africans look alike, you can only hide amongst the people that look like you, which already argues this is just my family. So my grandmama Monto, which her name is my mama's name. My mama was named after her mama, but we never called my grandmother Maddie. My mother's name is Maddie. Y'all, I'm fucking goddamn Southern as fuck. My mama's name is Maddie. My sister's name is Thomasine. Do y'all hear the names? Thomasine and my name. Y'all gonna see Missouri, and that's okay. That's Swahili. That's not my government name. My actual name is April Maria. And
the proof is in the pudding, though.
If you look at April and Maria, baby, we from here.
Because the Pilgrims, when they came, they were looking for a new world. They weren't able to build the infrastructure that they print on these dollar bills and that they say.
Absolutely not.
And also the Native Americans, when they got here, they were more nomadic. So they had they weren't that progressive either, but they were really great hunter and gatherers. And so all of a sudden, when you bring the Black people here, so they want to say in history, when they bring us here, that's when all of this engineering started. Yeah. I mean, it seems like once we got here, that's when the engineering started. And all the things that we built resemble what they say was ancient America. All the structures we were forced to build, the White House.
I'm from Virginia, and you say you from Maryland. You know we right here in the DMV. So you already know.
I grew up in Prince George's County, Largo, Maryland.
Well, see, our people told us that we was Indian, and I think they meant not. I think that people get it confused with the natives.
Yeah, no.
We never said that. You it's not my brother from the DC. Man, look, that DMV. I'm right here in Virginia. And when I say you North Virginia, you already know what I'm telling you. You don't think we know who we is. I didn't even know it was a thing to not be American Indian. I just found out in the 2020 somethings, and my kids are grown.
Hold on real quick. Monique,
I do apologize. I'm sorry.
Okay. Monique, can you run the live for me real quick, please?
Yeah.
But I got a question.
Even in Europe, all of the European those ancient buildings that they had that have been there for like what 200 years, they have black statues, heads, and faces on the front of the buildings. Like, why would they put, if that's their structures, why would they put indigenous looking dark skinned structures on their buildings? So the proof is right there. The proof is right there. Even black people today, we're still.
Name is more. My people from North Carolina.
Hold on one second. Like, even black people today, we're still influencing the culture. If you look at us, we're not even trying. Without us trying, look at how we've changed the culture in Japan, in Korea, in Africa, in Asia, in South America. Look how we've changed over the last 40 years about music, fashion, lifestyle, how we dance, how we talk, how we wear our haircuts, the type of fragrances we wear, the type of glasses and sunglasses. We have been evolving them from day one, and they don't respect us. And that's why I say, at the end of the day, we're living in times of revelations where they haven't listened to us a drop, right? So we're going to have to let God speak for us. And a lot of shit is about to start happening in this world where America is going to be the safe haven. And a lot more immigrants are going to start coming here and cleaving to our culture. Because when they get here, they're going to realize a lot of white tea people are not as good as they think they are. And they are very harmful and dangerous and violent. And they're going to start cleaving to our culture. But it's going to be up between us and God if we want to forgive y'all for all of the BS y'all have put us through for the last, 70 years, for coming over here, aligning yourself with white tea supremacy. That's a choice that you've made to sit down and have dinner with the devil. So when he's chasing you through the streets and he's building an alligator Alcatraz and y'all are getting scared, they fed us to alligators too. So this is nothing new. You knew the history was right there in front of y'all. Y'all had all the textbooks to choose right from wrong, bad from good, and people made a choice. And you're gonna have to sleep. You made your bed. You're gonna have to lay in it.
Yeah. So, can you, Nazori, can you mute for me? We haven't heard yet from Texas.
You said, can I mute? Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. We haven't heard from Texas yet. Texas on mute.
My grandma, mom, was full blood Indian. But like my grandma, like mom is from Oklahoma, right? So they came here. Her mom came here after the fires, and everything, and that was in Tulsa, Oklahoma, burned to the ground. So I'm a direct descendant from Black Wall Street. But even like in Oklahoma, Native American people lived with us. You know what I'm saying? A lot of them chose to live with us. But I feel like a lot of Native American people today, they I don't know, kind of look down on us. And like, I don't claim my Native American side because it's like, you know what I'm saying? I know I got Native American enemy because my grandma and everything, but she couldn't prove what tribe she was from. But if you know the history, that they left us out of the reparations because the white man told them to, right? So I have my own bone to pick with Native Americans. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. And they got to own us too. And then but I don't think it was more like they owned us. Some of us, but I do believe that there was already dark-skinned Native Americans here that look like Africans, because remember, it was a point of time in history where it was only deep melanated, melanated people on planet Earth. White people came along later on, and when the pyramids was being built, white people was in and out of caves, and they was nomads when the pyramids was being built, and the Kushites taught the Egyptians how to build pyramids, and the Kushites was deep melanated people. So
Egypt was just a copy, a colonized copy of Kemet. Kemet was the original Egypt, and it was the land of black, and it was the land of God's people. It was another paradise. Like, there was a paradise in America, there was a paradise in Alaska, there was a paradise in Africa where he put his children that were separate from all those other African bloodlines. We have had paradises all over this entire planet. We've been sold out because we're too nice. We've been backstabbed time and time again, and our inheritance has been stolen time and time again. And we're living in a time now where they're drawing their swords against us once again. All the enemies now are joining together against us once again. This has happened.
But we got to make sure we put our foot down, and we got to make sure we don't let them rewrite history, and we just got to let them know, because on X, people say a lot of disrespectful stuff underneath their breath and stuff like that. And I'm accused of this. I should be getting with these white people because not all white people is racist, but majority of them, I believe they are. You know what I'm saying? Like you run into some good, a couple good white people, but majority and you know what? I am happy that the FBAs are doing what they're doing, but I just can't get with the FBAs when they talk about go against the Caribbeans and the Africans because
I don't agree with that either.
I don't agree with that.
You know
what I'm saying?
Because a lot of them are our brothers and sisters in Christ, and a lot of them have been through the same slave trade.
I don't want to promote Christianity because I don't.
Well, sorry, I'm not gonna. But they are part of our bloodline though. Like they were delivered off the same ships that we were delivered off of.
Yeah,
they were dropped off in different locations.
But I will say that people. I had to correct people like when they talk about voodoo. Voodoo is not an evil religion. If you know voodoo, and that stuff like that. I mean, I don't think it's evil. I just think that white people didn't understand it, so they tried to make it evil. But real voodoo, you're not gonna hurt nobody. Just like real Christianity, you're not gonna hurt nobody. You know what I'm saying? That's why a lot of people don't like it, and I know my grandma heard it. She gonna have a fit. But that's why I believe that even in white Christianity, they say God told them they could be racist. So if God told you to be racist,
my dad didn't know.
if God told them they could be racist, but guess what? Then let's make Satanism a major religion.
Why would my dad know where he came from? Oh my God. No, let's do
Texas and last star. So FBA are not saying anything too much against Caribbeans and Africans or whatever. What we're saying is we are not African.
Right.
Okay, we're not African. That a lot of FBA are actually aboriginals to this land, with dark skin, with black skin, and the ethnocide from that point to this has been the Africanoid genes have been diluted by everybody. So therefore, we are not claiming African. We know all people came from Africa.
Well, I agree with that part. Don't get me wrong, I agree with that part. But do you know what these FBAs is doing on X?
I all from Africa. No. Like so, my people was born in the 50s. I'm go back on mute. Yes, I am, because I know they're not lying to my face. But not my parents was born in the 50s, and my grandparents was born in like the 20s and the 30s. Baby, we not them Africans. Stop saying that. Some of us are alive and well, and we got actual people. So when I was in school, I was a Negro. And then by the time I was in the 3rd grade, I was actually, what they called us? When they had to make us. And then it didn't even stick until I was in school. I was in middle school in the 90s. So when they called us African American, baby, my parents, I
know, but you kind of cut Texas off, though. You kind of cut Texas off a little bit.
But check I agree with you. I'm a black American. I'm not an African American.
Just letting you know that I apologize. I did cut you off. That was rude as hell. That was too rude.
I just think the only unfortunate aspect of FBA is that for somebody like me who is not a hateful person, like I don't have any hate against Africans. I know that I'm not African. Even if they want to say, well, at one point in time, some of your people came from, that may be true. But after all these many centuries, we are a new people. We are an evolved race of people. So you can't even say that just because I'm 37% Nigerian that I am an African. I am more than an African, okay? But the thing is that I do believe in FBA. I do identify as FBA. I just don't like when we start to degrade other people just because our ancestors went through that, our elders went through that. And I feel like it puts a bad name on FBA and it makes us look like some type of racist, hateful. And so people who are just normal that want to identify with FBA have to carry the burden of the racism of the other people who are representing it.
That's why I say I'm a foundational Black American. I'm a foundational Black American.
Foundational Black American. Exactly. That's not even a group. That's just a lineage, a nation of people. That's a bloodline.
Exactly. But you understand when they're saying that, that's because they're deflecting.
But okay, so like I said, but ma'am, have you heard the way the FBAs talk on X?
No, I have not. I don't go on X.
Really? Honestly, because I didn't even know that
But
FBA.
Okay,
Yeah.
hold on. The host is back. I got to jump in on this. Yes, I've heard the way the FBA's talk on Twitter.
Okay,
Okay.
so you heard them to call people tethers. You heard that,
Okay,
right?
yeah, and that's a real word, and we're gonna keep using it. We're gonna keep
Okay.
using that.
I will accept tether. I will accept tether because they've had a process for a long time.
Hold on.
Tether to me.
My second Texas.
Hold on. This is the host talking. I let y'all talk. I let y'all do y'all thing. This is the host. I'm back now. Y'all gotta mute up. Listen. That word tether is needful for the delineation because there are groups of people who are here under the guise, under cosplay, to undermine foundational Black Americans, and we must call them out. We know what we call our sellouts in our community. We call them Sambos, right? So we also need a word to call the non-FBA. What is the non-FBA that comes over here to disrespect, that comes over here to undermine our progress and our movement? They are called tethers. So we're not going to get rid of that word. And listen, it's not about, first of all, delineating is not about hate. Right. Delineating is about us. Hold on, brother. I'm going to let you speak again, but you're going to hold on. Delineation is not about us. I mean, not about them. It's about us. It's all about us. It's all about protecting what we built, protecting the image that we built, and not getting it tainted by what they're doing. They're dropping their trash off in our community, and they're expecting us to claim it. We're not doing that anymore. They snatch all. They know how to take their wins. Oh, I'm Nigerian. Oh, I'm Trinidadian. They know how to do that. But when they do that crime, when they do something degenerate, then they want to blame it on all Black people. No, we're not doing that. So that's why we're calling it out. And FBA, listen, we are foundational Black American. That word is here. That is a codified word. That's not just any word. That's not just something we use loosely and call ourselves so we can be this whatever they're trying to make us out to be. We are a lineage that sets us apart from other Black immigrants who use the term Black and African American. We are foundational Black American. When we say foundational, they know exactly what lineage we're talking about. So we're not going to get rid of the word foundational Black Americans. If you are of the lineage, God bless you. But if you want to be a Pan-African, go ahead. If you want to be called African American, go ahead. Nobody can stop you from classifying what you want to be classified on. But don't try to label us whatever you think it is. Just because a few knuckleheads on Twitter, and we know we got some people in our we know we got some raunchy people in our community. Every community has them. We know we got some people that are going to take the information and use it to denigrate Africans and denigrate Caribbeans. That's not us. Listen, we've loved these people always, all the time, and we've always showed them love. They just haven't showed us the same love back, and that's what it is. Us boycotting Africans right now, they need to feel it. They need to know that they need to get these tethers and get them under control, because if they don't get these tethers under control, we're going to deal with it, and we're doing it the peaceful way. We're doing it peaceful protest. We're saying I'm going to withhold my dollars from your community until you fix the anti-Black hate and the tethering in your community. That's all we're saying. If you don't get on board with that, then you're going to be off code, brother. And that's just what it is. We're going to call you out. So if you don't want us to call you out, or any other foundational Black American who wants to be off code, that's what we're going to start doing now, brother. We're going to start calling out people who are off code, and we're going to start rewarding our people who are on code. And that's just what it is. We're moving on code. FBA is codified language. Get on board with it. Start plugging into the grassroots media. If you're not plugged into the grassroots media, that's why you don't know what's going on. That's why you might not be on code. That's why you might not understand what's going on. Who cares what a bunch of riffraffs on TikTok are talking about? We're talking about a whole freaking lineage. We're not just on TikTok, brother. We are 50 million deep in this thing. So don't look at the few bad sections of it or what you think is bad. Seek to understand. This is your lineage. Don't down talk your lineage. I'm not
down talking my lineage.
So, and another thing that why they're being called tethers, why they're cosplaying and mocking Black Black foundational Americans.
Well, I Well, I can say that, I like Candace Owens, she's a coon. I never liked her, you know what I'm saying? She's a coon. But I think people are using it. Okay, so I mean, I feel like then we shouldn't have no problem with everybody saying the N-word,
No, that's not true. That's not true. Look at it this way. Look at it this way. Look at it this way. Are you a Black American? Are you Sulon? Are you a descendant of chattel slavery?
Yes, and I'm a descendant.
On both sides of your family, or your mother's side, your father's side, what?
Both sides of my family, but check
Okay.
it out.
So just look at it this way. These people, unfortunately, are coming to America who are from Africa, and they are saying that they are African American. Okay, period, right? So the word tether comes in to say, okay, you are tethering to my identity, right? And so that's just one part of it. You're saying you're representing yourself as me, because when they go to China and they become a citizen in China, they don't say they're African Chinese citizen. They don't go to Britain and say I'm African British citizen or I'm African Australian. They say I'm Australian, I'm British, I'm Chinese, I'm a Chinese citizen. Or when the Chinese people say, where are you from? Oh, I'm from Africa. They don't say I'm African American. When they come to America and they're saying they are African American, that is specific. That is intentional. That is a plan that they are on, because they want to take claim to what we built. You have to understand that. They are running for governors, okay? You have to study Nigeria to understand why that is so dangerous. Go study and look up the corruption within their leadership in West Africa. I don't hate Africans, but let's just keep it real for a minute. They are corrupt. A lot of their politicians, a lot of their senators, and whatever type of system, they are corrupt people. Go look it up. So when you have those people coming over here and they see that, they think they have the misconception that America, they're not really Americans, they're African Americans, and their country doesn't love them. And so we can come over here and we can assimilate to the white man and his ideology and abuse them and look down on them. And as long as we pretend to be one of them, the white man, we can inflict white supremacy onto the Black community as well. That's why they took over Essence Fest without putting out a public statement about it. That's why they added us to the African Union without having some type of meeting in America to let Black Americans know about it, because they feel as if they have some type of authority over us. So if you keep playing nice, like you're trying to do right now, and you only looking at one side, I understand the language, but tether is a given word. I'm sorry, that's not a hateful word. That's just explaining how they're operating. All the other hateful stuff that people will be saying, I disagree with. But what I'm saying is, if these people are allowed to tether to our lineage and tether to what we built, to say, oh, you're African. An African did not build the White House like our ancestors did. When our ancestors were building it, they were freedmen, or they were considered Negroes, or indentured, whatever, slave, Negro slave, whatever word. It wasn't African. So when you allow that to happen and you allow them to take claim to everything we built, everything our ancestors fought for, the infrastructure, the engineering of America, they can then tether themselves to your reparations and to our inheritance. And then they can put down on paper 10 years from now, when reparations is being pushed out, 10 years from now, they can have children who they're saying are first and second generation African Americans, and they should have access to reparations as well. So be aware of what's going on. It's not as cute and sweet and innocent like y'all think it is. This is some serious shit that's happening.
What they're doing is when they're trying to get in line for reparations, it's like, okay, so you bring 100 people to your field to clear the field, plant the rows, all this, and then when it comes time for the harvest, the people that didn't do the work, that know that it's harvest time, is coming to the field to get the harvest. No, we're saying, no, you didn't do no work, so you don't have no harvest. Get it?
Yeah, I understand that. I just, like, when I first got on there, it was just like a lot of LGBT bashing, and I don't know. I guess can't get with that part of it, but I am a.
That's because you're on X. X is going to put out that type of content. That's not FBA.
Hold on, brother. Say that then, brother. Say that then. That's what it's all about. It's all about LGBTQ. You're either going to be lineage first, or you're going to be LGBTQ.
Okay, then that's
hold on, brother. Hold on, I'm finished. That's the Democratic shield. So that's why a lot of people, a lot of Black Americans. Hold on, brother. Hold on, brother.
I agree with him, and I'm LGBT.
Hold on, brother. You're either Democrat first, LGBT first, or your foundational Black American first. You're the lineage first. So get that out. Listen, you're gonna have people that feel either way on both sides. You're gonna have some that feel closer to LGBTQ and some that feel closer
That's
to
not true though.
other things. That is true.
That's very true.
Listen, it's not about hold on, brother. Hold on. It's not about LGBT.
We're not Trump supporters.
We have people in all groups that practice that lifestyle and don't practice that lifestyle, but they're still part of the lineage. You don't diss your lineage because you're LGBT.
Tell me that, but and y'all voted and supported Trump.
Who cares?
I don't support Trump. I actually voted for Kamala Harris.
Hold on. Listen. We were anti-Kamala Harris, not pro-Trump.
But you say you wanted reparations.
And you be honest with yourself. You were pro Kamala Harris because of LGBTQ.
No, I was pro Kamala Harris. You were reparations.
First of all, she was the main tether cosplaying. So
no, she wasn't.
We weren't with that.
Her parents raised her. She was
that's the thing. That's the issue right there. That's the issue right there. With your
HBCU, they raised her as a Black woman,
and you can't separate LGBTQ from your.
Next mom was from Jamaica.
You cannot have dual lineage. First of all, we done the research on her. We know she's more Hindu. She's more
okay,
Indian
but they don't look at her as white. They look at her as a Black woman. These white people.
You're lying to yourself. They have a caste system.
Y'all, the FDA, y'all doing too much.
She's in the highest caste, and she was not for us. She was for you, though. So I understand why you want her in because she was for your community and immigrants. But she was not for the Black people.
By your Justin.
But Texas, regardless, Texas, 92% of Black women voted for Kamala Harris. 87% of Black men voted for Kamala Harris. So regardless of whether you disagree with him or not, a lot of Black people still voted for Kamala Harris, right? I'm not a Trump supporter. I agree with the immigration, some of the immigration things. I don't agree with alligator Alcatraz. I don't agree with him planes disappearing over the water and people getting beat up in the detention centers. But I do agree that there is an immigration problem and it needs to be resolved. So I kind of do agree with the way he's strong-handing it. Does that mean I agree with him and Jeffrey Epstein and all this shit? Heck no, I don't. I can't stand Trump. But I do agree with this immigration issue. Just because I am FBA, I identify, that says I'm a foundational Black American. That's just saying my descendants were chattel slaves. That's all that is saying.
Let me come in and say this, and nobody talk over me. Listen, this is the problem. Dual allegiance is always going to be the problem in foundational Black American. We cannot have dual allegiances. I'm sorry.
That's not true because I wouldn't even flying the flag.
It doesn't matter. You need to come to terms. You are not your sexuality, sir. You are a foundational Black American.
I wasn't even flying the flag until the FBA was attacking me because they said I'm gay.
Brother, they're not. Brother, you must have said something. You must have said something that was off code.
Sexuality, sir. I wasn't even flying the flag, but since FBA is going to be nasty,
but it's representing you. You have it everywhere in your profile.
Listen.
Yes, now I do. But when I got
you're
on
leading yourself with a transgender flag and a pride flag. You're leading yourself with that.
Exactly, because guess what?
FBA, hold on. FBA is not LGBTQ, sir. We're not. Now you can be FBA. Now you can be LGBTQ if you choose to be. Right. But FBA is not LGBTQ. That's your personal choice. We have nothing to do with that.
Okay, so who you
to do with that? So you need to deal with that internally, sir. You need to
no, sir. No, y'all need to deal with that. I'm gonna fly this flag because I love everybody at the end of the day.
Okay, well you can continue loving everybody. FBA, we're not doing that anymore. We're off that.
But that flag doesn't mean anything. That flag, those flags that you're carrying up don't represent anything.
Don't represent nothing.
It represents unity. You know what I'm saying?
It doesn't represent unity because you know why? As somebody who's been to like out there in that lifestyle, and I've been to bars with gay white men and things like that, they're some of the most racist conservative people I ever met. So you're trying to say that just because they're gay, they represent something that's like a better option and nicer people. That's not true. There's some of the
I never said that.
Racist that you ever meet too.
I know. Gay white guys are very racist.
But you're going on Twitter onto an app that's run by Elon Musk, who was a supporter of Donald Trump, who basically said that free speech needs to be uncontained, and you're getting homophobic comments on X. Like, that's expected. Like, do you know what X is? X is no restrictions on X. People get racist comments, homophobic comments. People be over there making jokes about children. Like, a lot of that stuff just be weird and creepy. So I feel like that comes with the platform. FBA is not an anti-gay hating bashing group, and it's not just a pro-Trump group. FBA is a lot of different people who have a different mindset, but the main focus is that we are foundational Black Americans. We are not from another country. We're not immigrants. No one in our family has a green card. And we need to put money and circulate money through our own community. If you want to build a shop in the FBA New Wall Street that's a coffee shop where people are welcome to come in and be themselves and have and communicate about Black issues, and they're gay or they like, that's nobody's business. But it needs to be Black focused, what we're Black American focused is what we're saying. And I feel like for you, like, I understand where you're coming from. Like I said, I'm not judging you, but I feel like when you put those flags up on your profile, on your walls and things, that's fine. You can do that. It's a very Americanized way of thinking, but at the same time, it's like, it doesn't represent anything that's going to push our community forward.
Hold on. The only flag you should be flying is the foundational Black American flag, sir.
Okay, I can agree. I mean, I agree with the last.
I'm not saying you have to change who you are. I'm not saying or anything like that. But when you put those flags up, that's representing you. They're speaking for you. They're speaking for you before I even get to know you. Before someone even gets to know you as a person, that's the first thing they see on your profile, on your car. And I'm not judging. I'm just saying, represent yourself for yourself. Stop representing yourself by these flags, because that's just another category that they're putting you into. A transgender flag,
separation
flag.
Well, you know, as Black people, we always been accepting of everybody. But I agree with you. I need to. I'm a Black foundational American, but I mean, I can look past what the FBA is doing. I should be able to, because of our past. But I understand that. I really do.
There are certain FBA groups on this app on TikTok who I've unfollowed just because when I go into their panels, it's nothing but racist screaming, calling Africans names and big heads and they ugly, and that's cool or whatever. Okay, you want to join on them, but it's like it just goes on for like an hour, and that's all it is. There's no conversations talked about anything. So I unfollow those people, and I follow people, and every now and then you're gonna have somebody come up here that's a little aggressive. Okay, that's cool, but I typically follow FBAs who really know how to get their point across without just delving into name calling only, who actually have plans and communicate with people. Like, you have to know who to listen to at the same time. There are probably people out there, and I believe what you're saying, but you need to delineate from whatever chat group or who you're following in conversation, so you're not in that environment, and focus on the FBA communities that make you feel more at home. Because like we said, this is about 40-50 million people. Athletes are FBAs, singers. This is a Black American movement. So don't feel like you are exited out because of your sexuality. If you're a Black American and you're willing to let that and raise your FBA flag and take those flags down and stop letting them speak for you and speak for Black Americans first, you are part of the family too.
Well, I have evolved, and I used to say I was African American, but I said no, that don't make no sense, and I am a Black American, and I'm a foundational Black American. So I have evolved myself too, you know.
Well, there you go.
Y'all need to start going to the gym and start working out and lifting some weights.
All we're saying is you got to separate. We cannot have dual allegiances. That's going to destroy what we're building and what we're trying to do. The moment you pick a side opposite of your lineage, you're off code.
Yeah, but
I understand. Listen, we're not saying you got to agree with everybody in our lineage. We're gonna have disagreements, sir. That's part of being a family. As a family, we're not all gonna like each other. We're not all gonna agree. But you're still part of the family. You don't turn on your family.
But somebody
said you need help, sir. So no, hold on, sir, because you're gonna need help.
But somebody said I was messy.
You're gonna need the foundational Black American community to have your back when you get in trouble. Do not be off code.
Well, I don't think I'm
your brothers and your sisters.
I don't think I'm never out cold, but I just think when you say I'm the first tether, and just being so rude and like I said, I was
listen. We're calling them out the same way we call out our coons and our sambos. We're calling them out. We're calling them out if they're acting the deed of being a tether. We're not calling all Africans tethers.
So too much. Tethers.
We're calling the people who deserve that name to be a tether. That's it.
I agree. I agree with that tether word, but it's gonna be hard for me to use it on some, just use that in the open. But I do agree that
it's not hard to use tether. You know you're a tether, or you know you're not a tether. It's not that hard. You're trying to cosplay, and you don't want to be a fun. Oh shit! Y'all can hear me. Sorry.
𝗤𝗏 is a tether. A tether is somebody who thrives off of our culture, uses it to make money, uses it to be accepted. Because let's be real, they're not looking for no Africans. The white Americans aren't looking for no Africans to inspire them to have on their music and things like that, or the Asian community. It's our culture. So these people dress up like us in cosplay, make money, but then behind closed doors, when the cameras are turned off, they're against us. They don't like us. They're putting more of their people on and other migrant communities onto our culture for money. They're signing contracts that go completely against what we stand for. They're getting voted into running for governor in Minnesota or somewhere in the Midwest on a promise of canceling Black History Month. That is a tether. That is somebody that tethers to our community with bad intentions. It's not somebody who just wants to dress like us because they think we're cool. Okay, that might be a peon tether, but I'm just saying a real tether is like somebody that really is acting like us, but behind closed doors, their entire personality changes.
But last, what do you think was going to happen by helping Trump get in office? You know what I'm saying? I understand majority of us.
We voted for y'all to take y'all ass back to y'all promised land. Y'all take y'all ass back home. That's why we voted. I didn't actually vote, but if I would have voted, God today, if I would have voted, it would have been for Trump. Take y'all ass back home. How are you in somebody else's whole homeland telling them who they are and who they are not? God, y'all gotta be special.
And that person that said I was messy, come up here and tell me how am I messy.
I'm telling you, you're messy. They ain't gotta come up here, baby. You're very messy. You're not from here, but yet you want to tell people that are from here what they need to do and what they need to listen to. Can you take your ass back home and then tell your people what they need to listen to? Why won't you come home and do that?
From here. Aren't you from here, Texas?
I'm sorry, y'all. My husband, not his second job, cause y'all think we all on what they said it was. I forgot. Section 8. I'm sorry, y'all. If I don't get the terminologies right, forgive me. But I promise to God I'm in the hood. But it's so crazy because they said Section 8 or whatever they want us to live in. And when y'all see us, y'all, that is not the truth. You want us to sit down and be quiet. And you know what? I'm still not changing my name. I got my name about 20 years ago because I thought I was a Pan-African. And then I realized, but I'm not changing my name.
You can't really be talking about nobody else. Then if you got a Pan-African name, you can't really say nothing about him.
I'm 44 years old.
Change your name.
My Pan-African name came when I thought that we was fucking goddamn Africans. Let me say it again.
Change your name.
And when I thought I was one of them people, and when I realized I was not one of them people,
because your name looked like a tether name.
Baby, my name is Beautiful Earth. I don't give a fuck.
It's African though. It's African, and you coming at him. That's kind of hypocritical.
Better be FBA while you spitting what the fuck you spitting.
I'm 100% FBA.
I'm 44 years of age, and my people they never heard about them goddamn African. If you ain't goddamn if you are African, you keep my name out your mouth. I don't give a fuck what continent it came from. My name is April fucking Maria, bitch. If you don't like the 𝗔𝗯ance, Beautiful Earth, because it's Swahili, I get that. I'm going to say it again. I was in my 20s when I got that name, and I'm not changing the 𝗔𝗯ance for nobody. But what I will tell you is this. Not my grandma and my granddad on two different sides. Because I'm talking about my grandma on my mama's side and my granddad on my daddy's side. Baby, we been here. I don't know if you want me to feel some type of way about what my name meant. It means Beautiful Earth.
I mean, that's beautiful, but I'm just saying it's tethering you to the African. It's tethering you to African Swahili identity.
Baby, let me finish. Because I promise I'm quick. Because I don't even get up on these lives. I promise I'm quick. I just be strolling. I promise to God, my name is not what you think it is. My real name is April Maria. And on my page, I have about 5 videos. And my name, April.
That's not the point, though. That's not the point.
The point is, we're not them people. I don't know what you're trying to say. What I'm saying is that I'm not them people.
All right, hold on real quick. Everybody, hold on. It's the host talking.
I do apologize.
It's okay. Let me hear from Raisin real quick. I'm
gonna go on pause.
Raisin, go ahead.
Cause now somebody trying to make me fucking African, and I'm not.
Raisin, hold on. Raisin, are you there? Raw son. Okay, I'm gonna.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, go ahead, brother.
Hey, I'm just curious, right? I can dig, these different names and term, and I go to different lives or whatever, different panels or whatever you want to call it. And I was on a panel yesterday, but it was a panel that was saying that they was part of the indigenous community. Like, you know, they are indigenous to the land.
Okay.
Like they like no slavery, none of that. That
Not
they
all
are
of
indigenous.
not all of us was enslaved, but for the most part, listen.
No,
let's keep it real. They were enslaved. They just don't want to call it slaves. They want to call themselves POWs. If you are a POW, you were enslaved in America. If you couldn't leave without showing papers from one plantation to another, from one destination to another without having your papers, you were a slave. Let's just call it what it is.
Okay, but
they may call it whatever they want to call it. If you are an indigenous Black American in this country, you were a slave. Now you may own some property. You may have to, this may be, and you may thought those YT people came over there and they were just allowing you to grow your own crop.
Slavery wasn't my point of what I was saying.
Okay, what were you saying?
Slavery was because I got a question with that, and I was just explaining to you of what the panel. My question is, what is the big difference? What is the big difference between FBA, Foundational Black America, which is a term I can get down with? It actually makes sense. Okay, now the indigenous people, the indigenous group that says that, you know, they said, yeah, they was part of slavery and all that. They did say that, but they believe that they came over here and they was conquered and all this and that, which I can kind of understand. But
go ahead.
But my question is between the two, and can I use the word fractions? Between the two groups,
well,
what's the
let me tell you what
what's the difference?
Come from. We all come from the same lineage. I get what you're trying to get at. Let me just help you out. They may want to call themselves something else. There are people that call themselves copper color. There's that going around. Nothing wrong with that. There's people that call themselves foundational Americans, but they're of our lineage. There's nothing wrong with that. There's people that still call themselves African American. There's people that are still Pan-Africanists. But what we know, if you're from the lineage, if you come from these three groups, and they must be combined. You have some African ancestry, you have some indigenous ancestry, and of course you're going to have some Europe ancestry. Okay, those three things make up a foundational Black American, and you must have been enslaved and or reclassified in this country, from Indian to Negro to Black to African American.
Okay, so too much. Don't forget about ADOS, because you don't forget about them.
ADOS is a group. That's all. ADOS is not a lineage. They're just a group.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying, they believe ADOS believe they come from
ADOS believe they're African descendants of slaves. Okay, that's what they believe. ADOS is a group, and it's ran by Yvette Cornell. Okay, we are not them. Okay, but now are some of them us? Yes.
So
we are not them.
They
Yvette Cornell Foundational Black American? Yes, she is. She just started a group called ADOS. That's it.
She did start that group though. Oh, can y'all hear me?
Yeah, she started the group. She started the group ADOS, but we're not ADOS. We are Foundational Black Americans. We are a lineage. We're not a group. And even those indigenous Black Americans, here's the problem with that. When you just use indigenous Black Americans, somebody from the Caribbean can say, well, I'm indigenous as well, and I live in the Americas too, so I'm also an indigenous Black American. That's the problem. We're just using codified language. Codified language is Foundational Black American. That covers us all.
So that's my point.
And Foundational Black American has nothing to do with the indigenous, if people identify as that, like I have a mixture in my family of some of my family bloodline were slaves that were brought from Africa, but then other parts of my bloodline are indigenous. So I'm a mixture. So that makes me, in my mind, a true foundational Black American, because that's what makes us unique. But
okay, hold on real quick. I just got to correct this. Hey, thank you for correcting me. ADOS is American descendant of slaves, but even using ADOS, the blanket term American, that can bring in a Caribbean or a South American can say, I'm from the Americas and I am a descendant of slaves, so I have a right to your reparations also. We are using codified language. That's why that word foundational Black American is so untouchable, it's so iron tight that they cannot penetrate that. Because when you say foundational Black American, you know exactly the group of people we're talking about. The people that built America, the people that built United States. That's why we use foundational Black American and not American descendant of slaves or indigenous Black Americans or anything like that, or foundational Americans, because the moment you use foundational, just foundational Americans, well, now you got YT saying, well, I'm foundational. I was here during Plymouth. I was here during the Mayflower. And we can't have nobody latching on. Where is that noise coming from? I got it.
No, but you sound muffled.
Yeah, yeah. Sorry about that. Do I sound muffled?
So,
I was by a fan. But if something sounded like something was, I don't know. Something sounds like
yeah.
So I think we can all work together. The ADOS, FBAs, Foundational Black Americans, and it's others out there. I'm missing some, but I think
Africans don't. I think Africans think we're anti-African, and it's really not, because you have some Black Americans who are descendants of African slaves whose bloodlines made it with more Africans, and they're like 98% African DNA, but they're still foundational Black American because they're a descendant of chattel slavery. They built this country alongside all the rest of us Black folks that was in slavery. So it's not even anti-African. It's just making sure we're focusing on the correct lineage. It's not anti-anything. It's just turned into an anti-something, because now people are offended that we're being selfish with our lineage and our identity and our culture.
Yeah, I just think we need to educate people, and we need to if the FBA is going to be the enforcer, go right ahead. But we just need to educate people and just say, hey, we're we don't want nobody disrespecting us, right?
We're already doing that. If you've been in my lives, if you've been in other people's lives, we're already saying that. That's always that. Even on Twitter, that's always been the vocal point that I've heard them say, that we're not allowing anybody to disrespect our lineage, and we understand that when it comes to playing the dozens, we're gonna win that game. So if you wanna call us pretendians, if you wanna call us a hate HATE group, if you wanna call us whatever you want to call us, Black nationalists, whatever you want to call us, we're going to stomp back down on you. We're going to call you tether. We're going to roast you. We're going to talk about your foreheads. We're going to talk about your hairline. I mean, we're going to get serious with this thing, and we're going to win that. But listen, y'all, I got to go. Make sure you guys are plugged into the grassroots media. Okay. If you're not plugged into the grassroots media, you don't know what's going on. Okay. People like Professor Black True, people like 𝗤𝗏 Nasheed, people like Afro Elite. My channel, Too Much Moxie. I mean, we're out here standing on business, giving y'all the truth, giving y'all a foundational Black American perspective. And that's what we need. We are here to tell our own stories, not let the mainstream media, who don't care about our lineage, don't care about our achievements. We're not letting them tell our story. We are going to tell our stories in the way that we know how. We're going to tell our truth in the way that we know how. And all you got to do is plug in. So with that being said, y'all, peace, love, reparations, and the blockchain. See you guys not tomorrow morning, but I'll be on tomorrow evening. Take care.